No, I sold it.
Yeah, you threw it under the bus.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good radio. It's a bit complex to operate. I think the ICOM interface is much better, but the radio was a very good radio. I liked the radio. This was just better.
Yeah, I had the same radio. I did the 10, and then I went to the 101D, and I reverted back to what I was running previously, but it wasn't the ANAN or the Hermes.
Wait, what?
It was not the ANAN of a Hermes that I went back to. I bought a 101D, and I didn't revert. Well, what I'm saying is I traded the 101D in.
Oh.
I still own two ICOMs 7300s. I use one in my travel trailer, and I don't really know what I'm going to use the other one for. It's just kind of sitting here.
Yeah, I own the 7300. I think, you own a 7300 too, don't you?
Yeah, I do. That and a 590, which is still at Kenwood for repair now for 2 months.
Well, shame on you. You should be using that 7300. Now, that's got some decent sound on it. You wouldn't be taking up the band so much.
Yeah, probably right.
An ICOM 7300 with a stock hand mic sounds pretty good.
It does. I like the IM microphone on it, though, but yeah, I agree.
Well, when I first was using it, I used the I used the hand mic, of course, when I took it out of the box, but I used the 706. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I bought an SM50, and I used that on the 7300 for a while. Then I got that cable for the adapting to XLR, so then I started experimenting with a preamp and microphones on the 7300. So then I got some pretty decent sound out of it. But even in the travel trailer for space, I just use the hand mic, and I got the SM50 hooked up to my 706 Mark II-G now for 2 meters.
Yeah, you did the same thing as I did, more or less. Yeah, I'm telling you, that hand mic, all the guys sound so good on it, you know, they don't even have to monkey with it. So this thing of using Sennheiser and, you know, all of this baloney and pure signal and all that is just a bunch of hogwash.
Oh, I disagree with that. Pure Signal is very nice for eliminating any kind of intermod and cleaning up a signal.
You don't need to worry about that if you're running your 7300 and not overdriving it and not overdriving your amplifier. But I agree with you 1,000%. There's no doubt about it. I'm running the Hermes right now, but my RF sampler is on the blink. So all I'm doing is correcting the Hermes right now. I'm not correcting the little amplifier I have. No, I agree with you. There's no argument there. But for the most part, like I've been telling John, a majority of hams don't know nothing about no pure signal and all this baloney. And all they got to do, and the majority do it, and that is to just run their audio down a bit and don't use so much compression and don't overdrive, and they're fine. It's only occasionally that you find the guys that are, you know, overdriving and so on. So, I don't know. The pure signal is, well, I don't know what it is. W6PVJ.
Wow. Speaking of overdrive a little bit, are you overdriving a little bit?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that's listening to me, but I'm trying to see. I haven't. You're the one that came in here and did remote. Do on my daggone tube. You get in here and you set it up. You think the way it should be set up, okay? I didn't do for squat. W6PVJ said that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't touch the power settings. I think you're running it barefoot, yeah.
I saw what you did, John, but he didn't see it.
Well, I'm running a little Ukraine amplifier is all.
Yeah. I mean, it works. It works. It's not the cleanest thing, but it works.
Yeah, but is my audio hot now?
I don't think it's the audio. I think it's the RF, because, like, the full 5 watts into that thing, if I remember, it wasn't particularly happy.
Well, I don't know. You have my you-know-what and a ringer today, and tomorrow it won't be in the ringer. And everything will be fine tomorrow. Now you just wake up from the bad trip you're having, the LSD trip. Okay, and 6TYF, WA6PBJ.
Okay, 6RCZ.
And 6TYF, yeah, the bad dream, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you'll fire up another amp later. It'll be different. I wonder if that's what was making the sound weird.
Oh, well, I can put the what happened? Excuse me. I could put the SB200 in and then turn off the UK or something. I don't know. It's up to you. I don't want to be dominating. No. And now you're starting to talk to me about the amplifiers and leaving our friend Dan out. Now, forget that.
I'm not feeling left out.
You're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to be covering my back. Be covering my back, and we're supposed to be beating up John.
Oh.
Well, John comes in and updates my software and helps me set up my radio, and if I get in trouble, he fixes it. So I don't know why you think I would cover your back instead of his.
Yeah, take that.
Well, I'm a despot. I'm a despot and a narcissist.
You're speechless for a change.
I do tend to carry on like an old lady.
Well, I'm not usually at a loss for words myself, so it's a bit like the pot calling the kettle black, but it was pretty amusing.
Oh, man.
Must confess, he's got control of my screen now.
Yeah. So we backed the power down a little, the drive from the Hermes. I feel like it sounds a little bit better.
Okay, well, I don't know because I hear it in my headphones. It sounds fine to me. But what do I know? I used to get on 7199 here when I thought everything was fine. And I was running a rack and a nice microphone and blah, blah, blah to get on there. And I think they're going to be so proud of me. And they said, holy mackerel.
Wow. I've actually not ever really seen that before. So Dan, what we're talking about is this like 50-watt Ukrainian amp, and it's designed for QRP input and then like 50 watts nominal out. And I don't know if you picked up on the change in tone on Dave's signal, but as we change a drive from like 3 watts to 5 watts, I don't know if you picked up on that, but it kind of changed there.
I did not notice. I was aware that some people are using, I forget the name of it, a smaller amp to drive a bigger amp. I know Mike uses one of those on his 10E so he can drive the bigger amp because the 10E only has 10 watts.
Yeah.
W6THW, Mike.
N6MED, good afternoon, guys.
I didn't know that.
Hey, Craig.
I heard N6MED, good afternoon.
Yeah, hey, Craig.
Yeah, guys, I'm listening on SDR. I can't copy all you guys direct. I think PBJ is a little weak, but it's just the band conditions here. So anyway, I'm looking here in the background, N6MED.
But you copy me?
Is it Mike Echo Delta?
Mike Uniform.
N6 Mad Duck.
Got it.
Now he sounds a little bit hollow.
Oh, I don't know. He might be QRP or something.
MUD, WA6PBJ here. Hello.
Yeah, PBJ, I got you on the SDR. Hey, good afternoon.
Why is it that you're sounding echoey? And it's not your rig. I think it's the conditions. I think it's phase shifting.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. The conditions are kind of weird. The signals are down on what they typically are.
Yeah, I'm only running about 30 watts here, and he's messing around with my screen trying to get me to run even less power.
No. We're getting more power.
Do I sound shitty? I mean bad there? Sorry, MUD.
I mean, through the SDR, you sound okay. I've definitely heard you much better, but that's been direct. So I can only give you a halfway report because you know how the SDRs make you sound. They make you sound like garbage.
Oh, so I do sound like garbage, but that's because I'm on an SDR. Thank you for that report.
No, he's listening to you on an SDR.
Yeah, and he says that I'm sounding like garbage because I'm on an SDR and he has to listen to me on the SDR.
I think he's probably saying we all sound shitty.
Nope, no, just me. I'm a stepchild, I know. Throw me down the stairs.
Wham!
With that.
Well, I can tell you this.
WA6PBJ.
When I listen on the SDR and I listen to John's stream, you sound way better on John's stream there, PBJ, over.
Ah!
Was that Jeff in there?
That was me in there, yes. Hi, guys.
Howdy.
I heard your voice, but I got confused.
I get confused too. It's usually when I wake up.
Is that waking up as from an LSD trip?
No, just being asleep is a much better place to be.
Oh. Well, you're sounding good here in Grass Valley. Dave here, WA6PBJ.
Yeah, K5BLS in Carson City also on the Hermes.
Yeah, now you're running an intermediate amp as well, aren't you?
I'm sorry, I'm running a what?
An intermediate amp, like a low power amp to get the power up to drive a higher power amp?
Yep. I just finished the Hard Rock amplifier yesterday, and it's working fantastic.
Now, is that what you're using also, Dave?
No, I'm using just a piece of wire.
I thought you said you were running an intermediate amplifier.
Well, I am, but my QRO amplifier is a piece of wire.
It's the Ukrainian one.
I haven't put that one in line yet.
It's the Hard Rock is the one I was trying to think of. Well, I'll put it this way. Jeff's audio sounds extremely good. Your audio doesn't sound that way. I'm not going to say it sounds bad, but it's definitely a difference.
Well, okay. My mentor and advocate, John KN6TYF, is trying desperately to get me to have a better looking dress.
Well, and you guys are both using a similar deal, right?
No, he's using his Anan.
No, he said he's on a Hermes.
Oh. No. You're talking about our friend that broke in here. Help me out.
Yeah, I'm talking about Jeff, K5BLS.
Yeah, he's on a Hermes, yeah.
Yeah, well, it has to do with microphone and EQing, that's all.
You might have doubled. Say that again, Jeff.
No, I said it just has to do with microphone and EQing. This is that $60 Reduce microphone with the CFC and all the EQing done.
Also,
my RCA 77VX.
77DX.
That's a nice ribbon microphone.
Yeah, it is.
Then I'd sound like a toad.
No, I didn't say that. But that, whatever Jeff did over there, it really is working. very, very well.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, you're saying that to me?
Yeah, I mean, do what he's doing. It's working.
Oh. Well, the one that knows what he's doing is my advocate, once again, KN6TYF.
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Yeah, see, he's working me over right now. He's having his way with me, guys. KN6TYF.
See, I don't know. It's like something with the amp. I bet if you brought on a little more power, we'd hear more of it. Because I think there is some phase shift going on.
Well, I'll tell you what. That's simple, easy enough to do. I'll turn on my QRO mid amplifier. It's got a pair of 572s in it. What do you think of that?
I kind of like the 572s.
Yeah, well, just get ready to be blown away. You ready? Are you ready for your night to remember?
Uh-oh.
As long as there's protection involved.
Oh, there's hardly anything there now.
Wow.
Well, there's a
Well, anyway, K5BLS.
Alright, well, I reverted it back to the older profile. I don't really know. Something got weird with it. I think maybe what was going on is the same thing that Jeff was having, where like some settings would get lost randomly, or like weird things would get corrupted.
Well, that says that. What does it say? Am I getting any power out? That says that the Hermes is not reliable.
No, it's not the Hermes. It's the software. The software is changing rapidly, and that's part of the problem. I'm gonna take a standby here for a second. KN6TYF.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, guys. Jeff, there, are you copying me?
Good afternoon. If you copy me in 6MUD, I don't know if you can hear me. I've got you on the SDR. Good though.
Okay, what am I sounding like there? Do I sound like a turd in a punch bowl? Dan, what am I sounding like?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was distracted here. You sound about how you've been sounding. You're not real loud for part of the thing, so it's kind of hard to tell your audio. Plus, I've got a notch filter on because I just realized earlier somebody was tuning up and I turned it on, forgot to turn it off.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. All right, well, I don't know. There are some settings that are different since I powered the rig up from early this morning, so I don't know what it is. WA6PBJ, Dave, Grass Valley.
Actually, right now you sound pretty good.
Okay. So.
Looks like you're at 5 kilohertz.
Okay, why am I at 5 kilohertz? I am. He messed me over, WA6PBJ, and now he's got my dress all flared out.
Yep, we could see those panties. You better push it down.
Yeah, and it's a mini skirt dress too, man.
Anyway, you sound good now. You didn't sound that way earlier, so whatever you did or changed or whatever, I was sort of distracted by something on my computer, but you sound pretty good now. Sounds more like what I would expect an SDR to sound like.
Okay, well, maybe there's something to be said about what the amplifier does. It's the SB200, and I'm only driving maybe 300 watts out.
Well, if you're real weak, which you were kind of weak before, I don't get all of it. Now I'm hearing your signal better, so it's possible it sounded the same. It just wasn't strong enough for me to hear all of it.
Okay, how do I sound out there in Nevada?
Well, let me look at the meter again. I mean, audio-wise, you're okay.
Okay, so WA6PBJ and Grass Valley, 40 miles northeast of Sack of Potatoes.
All right, peaking S9, but typically it's around an S7.
Okay, and is it sounding all right, or does it suck?
It's very flat sounding. There's not a lot of brightness in the top end.
Okay, that's a good input. That's a good input. He was messing around with the CFC, and maybe maybe what happened is that when he was messing around with it, it was at the low power level. So when he comes back, maybe I'll better get that fixed. WA6PBJ, you're sounding good here. Do you still like your Hermes, or are you going to throw it away?
No, this is my main rig here at the apartment now, especially with the space savings going on here. Holy Christ.
Well, you got the pipes. I'll tell you something. You got the pipes, you got the voice, so you don't need to have much audio there. You got the pipes.
Well, thank you. I did spend quite a bit of time, though, dialing this thing in. I had the PR40 hooked up to the Flex and all the rack gear, and then decided to go down the path of let's see how cheap a microphone that we can get that sounds decent to sound really good. And this one's $60.
Oh, wow. Then you're living fat. $60 for a microphone? Holy mackerel.
How's this newer profile sounding for Dave?
Much better. Jeff, is that a USB microphone or an XLR microphone?
The answer to that is yes, it's both.
Oh, interesting.
Wonders of technology.
AC/DC.
What is it that you're running?
It is called a Fiduce, Foxtrot Delta Uniform Charlie Echo Fiduce.
Is that on Amazon?
Yes, sir. $60.
That's an obscene name for such a nice microphone.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of the Shure SM7B, and ironically, the SM7B windsocks fit right over top of this.
Okay, which model is it? SL40?
I'm not trying to be funny
Roger.
here. Did you say douche?
That would be a Roger.
You're running a douche.
It's
The
an
douche.
F-douche. You fill in the blank.
I'm sorry. Give me.
Yeah, it's one of these. Is it? They have SL40X, which is like $20 less.
That's the XLR only version.
Oh, okay, got it.
Now, is that a Chinese trying to be?
Yeah.
Well, if we're trying, it's doing pretty good.
I listened to a lot of cheap microphones on YouTube to pick this one and went, wow, that one really sounds good right out of the box.
Okay, A6RCZ. Are you running it on USB or XLR?
I'm running on an XLR because the sound card on my PC does not have enough amplification without white noise, so the signal-to-noise ratio is terrible. So I'm running it through XLR into just a mic pre, and then into the computer.
Oh, into the computer. Okay. I go through the back of the radio.
Well, I don't have that option on the Hermes.
Well, you have that on the ANAN.
Yeah, but he's on the Hermes.
Back of the radio. Well, I go from the PR40 through the 528E and then to the back of the radio.
Yeah, well, I don't have analog IOs like you do on the ANAN with the Hermes. Everything has to run through the PC.
See, I'm really impressed with how that bike sounds. I really like the sound of it. It's almost worth $60 just to try one.
Well, it's a SM7B clone, I think.
Different than the PR40.
I use a sound blaster.
Again, it's the EQing and the CFC and the leveler, and that's it. There's nothing special about this.
I use a sound blaster on mine.
Speaking of the what did you call it? The SL70? Wait, John, say that again.
Yeah, it is an SM7B clone. It's called the SL40 by F. Deuce.
It's funny, I watch a lot of podcasting and a lot of videos, and everybody and their brother uses that SL7B. I don't know why. It's just like the benchmark for the current crop of podcasters and videocasters.
Yeah, because it looks cool.
A little bit more streamlined than a PR40.
Yeah, the SM7Bs work well.
Well, they also use RE27s.
I haven't seen many of those around lately. Everybody from what's his name on Spotify down uses that Shure microphone.
Oh, I have it, and John said I should use it because he said I should use it. I thought, well, what does John know?
You need a cloud lifter or some sort of a preamp to get their levels up. They're low on levels.
Big time. Same with the RE20, 27. I have all of those.
Yeah, I have a PR40, and I've got one of those little inline 20 dB preamps also.
Well, okay,
yeah,
so just for comparison's sake, start that over. Just for comparison's sake, this is the PR40 with nothing else changed.
Well, that sounds very good as well.
Slight EQ difference. The 500 hertz range I would probably bring down a little bit on this one versus the other one, but that's it. Same EQ curve.
Oh, that was a pretty quick switch. Switch back again.
All right, and here is back on the Fiduce microphone again. Yeah, I can just pop the XLR out.
Well, I think maybe I like the sound of the Fiduce. It has sort of can't exactly describe it, an electric full range sound. The PR40 might have had a little more natural presence to it or something, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, they each have their own different characteristics about them, but overall, this thing, for the price, sounds fantastic.
It sounds really good. I like it. Has more like enunciation or something, whereas the PR40 has a little more presence.
Oh, it's all in the EQ. I think we doubled, but we both said the same thing.
Yeah, you both did say the same thing. I heard you both. K6RCZ, not sure last time I said that.
You said it 4 minutes ago.
Okay, well, better too often than not enough.
Has anybody ever run more than one mic at the same time?
No, but I ran co-phased antennas on my CB radio once.
Well, I run more than one mic on the system here, and folks thought it sounded pretty interesting.
Only when miking a guitar cab. That's the only time I've ever used two microphones.
I had the UM87, I think it is, and the the SM7B. Well, guys,
actually, it'd be kind of funny.
Just
I built
to break the silencer. Is this sounding a little better? Dan said it
for Fallon when I was going to run my what is it, D104s with the radio, but then found I could do the same thing with just changing the bandpass filtering on the Flex. Anyhow, I could just as easily run the A/B comparison if I had that box here. Just flip the switch back and forth between the two.
E104, are you serious?
Oh, yeah. I love those old things with the dynamic heads on them. They're just nostalgic looking. I wish I could get one of those to sound this good. I would use that thing.
Yeah, I had a few of those, including the Eagle, the Gold Eagle.
Yeah, I personally, I love the chrome lollipops.
Well, I like the Wallensack microphone where you clip it to your lapel and it's a little plastic thing, plastic case and all that. The Wallensack is quite good.
I have something interesting.
Oh?
Well, Google has this thing called Bard, and they've asked me to try it. And I'm involved in some Google stuff. So I just asked it, what's the difference between those two microphones? And one of the things that just came back says sound quality. Both mics are capable of producing clear and detailed sound. However, the PR40 is generally considered to have a warmer, richer sound. The SL40 has a brighter, more analytical sound. That's pretty close to what I was trying to say, having more enunciation, like more presence. So I'm surprised they came up with this along with a whole bunch of other stuff.
It's total BS, though.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Bard is just Google's cut-rate version of ChatGPT, and it makes up half the crap it comes back with, man.
I understand, but I use Bing ChatGPT. I've got the widget installed on my Android phone, and I use it quite frequently. So I got a request to try Bard, so I decided to go ahead and give it. This was the first thing that I asked it.
I don't know what that is.
But for it to make up that, you would have to know something about microphones, right? So it has to go out and do some research in order to come up to a conclusion.
I just want to see if it's the same on your end. One of the guys down there is hammering me here on 199 when he talks.
That was a good double. Say the first part of that, Jeff.
I was just curious if you're not in the midst of something, if you could stretch your receiver over and look at 165 and see if that guy has thrown off a bunch of garbage. I'm getting hammered here when one of those guys talks.
Yeah, I see it a little bit.
Window over so I could see that.
168?
Yeah, 165.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, he's in the extra portion. I can't go down there and tell him to clean his act up.
He doesn't look bad here on my waterfall.
I asked him about
looks like a garbage truck to me.
What it was used before. I told him, and he says, "Just go."
Well, you guys are watching him on the what you call it?
Yeah, I've been there. I know that. Those guys, farmers are.
I'm not hearing him. He's not bothering me a bit, but I can sure see it.
And scratchiness was coming from, and went down the band and went, oh, there it is.
I rented a
Sorry, I doubled with you, Jeff.
irrigation
He's weak down here.
trailer, and put flags
He
on
might
it
be
and
real
all that
close to me
jazz
then.
and drove it all up.
I suspect he's close to you.
Using my receiver, but I can sure see the garbage on the waterfall.
Yeah, you guys are real stronger than him down here. I can barely see him on a waterfall down here.
Well, that's one reason to have pure signal.
No. He ain't bothering me, so he doesn't have to have pure signal.
But he's bothering Jeff.
Oh,
Well,
God,
Jeff
yeah, that guy's
just has
really
to move
wide. I
up
just figured
frequency
out
a
how to do
couple
it.
of
I had to turn on the
megahertz.
Panafall adapter, and Jesus Christ, he's all over the band.
Yeah, and he doesn't sound good, that's for sure. I went over there and listened for a second. He's talking to another guy who's fairly loud, but not offensive. And his audio sounds terrible, and it looks worse.
And it went up fine. I sleeved the 2 sections.
Well, now, do we live in glass houses?
He's 30. He's more than 30 kilohertz away. We shouldn't be hearing him here.
I'm not hearing him. I can see him, but I'm not hearing him.
Well, see, therefore he's clean. W6PBJ.
He must be really close to Jeff.
No, he's probably in that, 300-mile first short skip radius.
Well, all I know is that I don't throw rocks because I live in a glass house.
Actually, there was another station that is running a net around 12, and I sent him a note yesterday just because, like, as the net went on, it got worse and worse and worse, and he was all the way on the top of the band, and I was hearing him all the way down here. And I'm like, that's almost 100 kilohertz. Something's wrong.
People get mad when you do that.
Yeah, well, clean up your act.
Well, but if I had a problem with my station, just me speaking personally, I would want somebody to tell me. I wouldn't want them to ignore it because I want it to be clean and good and do what I'm supposed to do.
Agreed. When I was still using my 7300 and my ALS 600, and my ALS 600 couldn't seem to get more than about 350 watts out, I started turning up the drive on my ICOM, and I got a little more power, but I also got a bunch of crap.
Yeah, well, that was the angle I kind of took. I was like, hey, you might want to check your stuff just because, like, the longer you've got the amp on, it's getting worse and worse. So, maybe something's heating up or something's broken.
What did he say?
Oh, well, the usual ham response, either nothing or F you.
And there you go. That's called ham radio.
It's almost like a waste of your time doing that, huh, John?
Yep.
I don't call that ham radio. I call that chicken band.
Well, that's okay. That's ham radio, too.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, it shouldn't be. I took a test to get away from all that crap.
Well, the thing is, you got to realize that we're the exception to the rule, okay? I mean, we're the proletariat. No, they're the proletariat. We're the bourgeoisie.
I had a lot of fun for many years on CB radio before I got a ham license. I'm not going to deny it.
Oh, I'm not denying it either. I mean, it was a lot of fun, and it got me a really good hobby that turned into a great career. But I gave that up because of the shenanigans. I wanted something a lot better to involve my time and energy with.
Agreed.
Look where you are now.
I know, and look at me now. I'm all grown up.
Oh, I don't know. Let's not push things.
Think them's fighting words.
Oh,
I
completely grown up.
My problem is that I just I couldn't tell the forest for the trees on my audio. I tried and I could not hear the problems that others were telling me. And I just got, I'd wear my best dress to the party and I still got thrown out.
Well, this one's sounding fine, so just leave it.
Yeah, I got my pedal pushers on now.
Once you do what I do, once you get to a point where it seems to be working and you're getting good audio reports, leave it alone. I mean, some guys can tinker and get better, but I don't know. I just leave it alone.
Well, I didn't bother it from AM today to later today, and then John said, it sucks. What did you do? No.
Wow. You did touch it. You changed a drive.
Yeah, well, I also changed from my cutoffs to my new dress.
Well.
humps or flats.
But I do use a blaster on my, you were talking, Jeff, about your microphone. I use a sound blaster here for my Sennheiser.
Yeah, I've just got the built-in sound card on the little micro PC that I'm running Thetis on, and it just didn't have enough gain. If you turned it all the way up, you could hear me, but as I transmitted when I wasn't speaking, all you heard was the signal-to-noise ratio. The amplifier is terrible in there, so I just bypass that and run the mic pre.
Which USB card did you have?
It's whatever's built into this Elite desktop, John. I'm running one of those little micro PCs.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Yeah, you turn on the mic boost, and that's what that's what you get. Just
yeah.
My sound blaster has an effect on it too, and I like that.
I got a Fed head on this one.
I ordered a Behringer tube mic pre that should be here tomorrow, actually, at least at the house in Fallon. And it has a limiter circuit in it as well. And for $60, I'm going to throw it in here and try it, because then there's a $120 microphone setup. It should sound very similar to the Aphex here. I don't have any of the ancillary processing going on with the Aphex, just the compressor and the mic pre, and that's it.
Why do you think you want to run a limiter?
That way it's not clipping.
Well, you don't clip anyway. You're running your audio right.
Well, this one has a compressor on it, which does the same thing, compressor limiter. So we'll see. But again, you don't know until you try. And that's why I bought the $60 microphone, and it's been a winner. So we'll try the $60 preamp and see if the two work together.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear that.
I myself try to limit my compression to about 5 dB. And right now, what is it saying? What did he do to my unit? Yeah, I'm doing about 3 dB on my overall compression, and that's all I do.
Well, you know, the compressor run with a really high ratio, that's like a limiter, right? So kind of two halves of one side of the coin. And yeah, I mean, Thetis, if you're running the leveler, you don't really need a limiter per se. I think you could probably scratch out a little more power with a limiter, but you know, it's optional. But that's half the fun, is like playing with all this stuff.
Well, that's not what you told me.
Yes, it is.
No, you told me you sound shitty and, you know, hammered poo-poo and all this stuff. And I said, oh, please love me, I'm an orphan.
Wham! Down the stairs.
Yeah, but now I wear a rubber suit.
See that? Not without protection.
Well,
burn.
Slightly different topic. I guess Hermes, just a non-related. I wired up all my PTT stuff to a serial port on the computer, and you know, it's working really good. Now I can use it for the Flex. I can use it for the Flex remotely. I just take the hand switch with me. As long as I plug it in to the USB wherever I am, I got a foot switch. It's great.
Oh, bitchin'. That's nice.
Yeah, and it works on Thetis too, so it's I don't have to worry about switching the RCA connection back and forth between two radios.
My signal, I'm putting it out all over YouTube, but you said no, and I forget why you said that wouldn't happen.
Well, I mean, it's live stream sometimes, but I take them down after the day's over.
Well, you give a key is what I'm saying. So in other words, it doesn't go live unless I would want it to. And then, so that's a different story.
Yeah, you need the link.
That's what I said.
I had to build myself a custom Y cable for the RCA connectors because I'm now keying 2 amplifiers with the Hermes, and I was worried, oh boy, I hope this doesn't take out that FET in there, and so far it seems to be handling both of them okay.
Yeah. I think for all your stuff's low voltage, I think it'll be fine. That's the one thing that the Hermes doesn't have right now compared to the ANAN is the open collector outputs, where you get all those pins where you can wire up a bunch of amps. And KN6TYF on the buzzer.
K6RCZ.
W6PBJ.
All right, I'll give in to peer pressure. K5, BLS Carson City.
Boy, I sure like Jeff's audio, man. I tell you, man, that guy, you got the pipes, I'm telling you what.
It's true.
The pipes?
I've just got the push. You strain hard enough, and there it is. Something ends up coming out.
Are we having a flare right now? Because my noise level is going up and down.
No, it's that guy from 160 whatever.
Oh, boy.
I got jammed earlier today up for frequency.
Oh, what kind of jammer?
The playback, playing my stuff back.
Well.
And then it was, ooh.
Hunting wabbits.
Yeah, you're a little weaker.
I mean, the noise level.
What about it?
Well, I think you asked me earlier today, I think it was you, what was my noise level? S6. No, maybe that wasn't you, somebody else, but it's S7 now.
Yeah, that was me. I think it is going up and down right now.
I got
mine in S7 down there.
Somebody's tuning.
Yeah, frequency there.
Okay, we got these wonderful tracking noise filters.
I know, right? And sometimes that didn't work right, so I used the manual.
Yep.
That affect the received audio?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I see that guy there.
But I'd rather listen to slightly affected receive audio without a tone than the opposite.
Yeah, they modulate that tone.
Yeah, well, the notch filters work really good, so.
Everything on this program works really good.
Here.
Yeah, how about this EQing and the CFC, man? You can't beat that with a stick.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can clean off my desk of all the rack gear.
Well, don't tempt me. I got my rack gear over here on the side, including some pretty expensive stuff.
Yeah, what about that Orban?
Yeah, the Orban, which is vintage, 9100 Bravo, AM processor, but that's for AM, though.
I just have this one piece, and I like all the shiny, I like all the blinking LEDs on there, so I just keep it.
528E?
Affirmative.
I have one of those too. John and I tried that. We went from the 528E, and he said, "Well, you might as well get the 31 band EQ going, and blah blah blah." And then we went from there.
Yeah, but that works pretty good too.
What?
I'm not sure how much this thing really does. I think I'm primarily using the preamp and the downward expander.
That's pretty much what I used on my 528. But when I combined that with the 31 band EQ and the PR40, it came to life.
Yeah.
I have the EQ turned on, and it's been adjusted a bit. So, but the EQ inside the Thetis has also been used and adjusted a bit.
Jeff, you got an interesting station. You know that?
How so?
Well, you're running a douche microphone and a herpes transmitter.
Well, you're right. And I'm running surge protectors, too, because, again, only with protection.
Ribbed protection, by the way.
That was pretty good, Dave.
That's for everyone's pleasure.
Well, that's what those guys call it that don't like this stuff. They say them things.
Yeah, that's why you gotta wear rubber.
Well, they're mean. Why do they do that? Why do they want to beat us up? We're just trying to be clean.
Wow. Such are the mysteries of life.
One of the eighth wonders of the world.
People just like to make fun of and be derisive of that which they don't understand or don't like. And social media seems to have made everybody feel like it's safe to throw off any restraints that they might have had in face-to-face contacts.
Well, that's like hiding behind the mic, you know?
There you
go. I've got a face for radio. What'd you say, Craig?
Craig, come in.
Yeah, he's talking.
Check your amp, Craig. I think it kicked out. I heard him. I just didn't hear him.
Oh, same here. I opened up the receive a little bit, but it didn't work.
Oh, yeah. Now you're back. Say that again.
I was just saying, a lot of these guys are probably jealous, and they can't do it, so they just try to destroy it.
Well, there's
that's the thing about ham radio, though, right? There's something in it for everybody. Everybody's into different things.
You have with this
we like playing around with buttons and knobs and switches and software.
Sort of
best of our stations, and other people are
you'll call it innocentness, maybe, but there's a snootiness
and turn it on and use it, and that's fine. Good for them. I have no reservations against those types of people at all. But I like to take things just a little bit further and poke around and see what you can learn, and at least give people something good to listen to.
No. It's old school.
That was a great double, but I got it, and yes, I agree.
Yep, I heard it too.
Oh, see that? We doubled up on the same thing. That's fantastic. See, that's teamwork.
Hey, welcome back, Jeff. And hello to everybody, KJ608.
Well, hello, Mr. George.
Hey, George.
Hello, George.
And I heard Dan and whoever else is out there. Good to hear you all. John, did you?
It is in the cart.
Oh, you're still deciding? Okay. All right. Well, all the best to you as you wrestle with that. And I don't want to interfere. You guys are in a very serious conversation, but just get a quick report. Jeff, how was it?
The water was beautiful. The women, of course, were, well, for the most part, beautiful. The environment down there is very nice. Of course, very warm and humid. But the trip out was very good. The food stunk, the bed was terrible, but the rocking waves were pretty awesome. I slept like a baby, and the bar was plentiful, and I don't remember much else after that. If I didn't mention the bar was wonderful. So there you go.
Sounds great. Great summary. I appreciate that. Okay, I'll let you guys continue. Sorry to interrupt. KJ6LA.
Were you on a boat?
I was on a boat, I believe. Yeah. I took a cruise down to Bermuda for a little over a week, and it was fantastic.
As in your sailing boat?
No, as in a charter big cruise ship.
Oh, yeah, all right.
And George, how is this sounding to you? This is the Hermes with the cheap microphone, and I got the Hard Rock amplifier in. So I'm running that, pushing the ALS 600 and making about 500 watts, so it's working really well.
Outstanding. Personally, I think this sounds the best of all of your operations.
Okay, that's my opinion as well.
Yeah, sounds good. Don't have the raspiness. It's clear, it's clean, well modulated, very well balanced audio. So good work.
Thank you.
Well, how do I sound?
Marvelous.
Do I sound like a turd in a punch bowl or look that way?
Well, I can't say what you look like, but you don't sound like a turd in a punch bowl, no. But although, I have to say, I've never heard a turd in a punch bowl.
You ain't been into the parties I've been in.
And I'm glad I haven't.
You don't know what you're missing.
I think I have an idea.
It's not what's in the punch bowl, it's what you hear as it goes into the punch bowl, okay? You get it?
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Here at W6PBJ, David Grassella, you're all sounding good.
yeah, KN6TYF, and George, I think I'm going to pull the trigger because it's the last day, so I'm going to hit the button.
What are you buying?
Go for it, man. You only live, maybe once, hopefully a long time. So, as I have to borrow from Todd, life is short and you're dead a long time.
Here.
What are you buying this time, John?
Oh, more radios that I don't need.
Oh, I thought you were going to buy the Hellcat.
Ooh.
Why now?
I'm going to get this portable QRP radio for portable ops.
Oh, that Xanon thing?
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to set you back a lot of money.
Oh, no, $600.
Oh, God, I didn't think it was that much.
Well, it's the last day it's going to be on sale, and I'm hoping they were saying something about getting a free Go box, like on September 15th, so I'm going to buy it now because I don't think it's going to be on sale by tomorrow. So.
I miss him.
Hey guys, it's been nice working you. Thank you for letting me join the party. I'm going to QRT at least for a while anyway. W806 peanut butter and jelly. Have a good evening.
Good night, Dave.
Good night, Dave.
Catch you later, Dave.
7-3.
I'm taking all those kisses seriously.
All right, ciao, man.
John Boy, K5 BLS Carson City.
7-3.
See ya.
And hello, George. Sounding good out here, man. 20 over.
Thank you, Craig. So, same to you. Great signal up this way. Yeah,
So far, the band's doing really good.
Not a prognosticator, but John, I may see at least 2 radios in your future.
Uh-oh.
But they'll be spaced out.
Hey, I'm sure at least.
Yeah, so it'll work out. You'll be able to sell it to the family members and to yourself, and it'll all be okay. Too much to play with.
Absolutely. All right, I hit the button, so the order's in.
Yeah, John, you should try hooking that Zago up to your RF2KS on low drive and see how it does.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Maybe you'll need some really big batteries so you can bring the amplifier with you.
That way you don't have to worry about the overshoot.
See if that works here a little bit later.
Okay, I think that was a quadruple.
Just be careful of the overshoot.
John, you'll need some really big batteries to take that QRP rig out and still bring the amplifier.
Yeah, I'll need some nuclear batteries.
Keep in mind the audio on that is really poor. So maybe one of the things that can be done is to improve the audio processing. One thing I'll tell you on the receive, this is kind of cool with that Russian software. You can expand the receive audio bandwidth from 0 to I think about 9 kc. So if we can get that in transmit, now we got something to talk about.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Well, 9 kc, that sounds interesting. From a Zygu, that's impressive.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. It's a really high number. I thought it would be like perfect for AM. But this is other firmware created by a Russian put into the Zygu.
John, you zoomed out.
I did zoom out. Okay, now we're zoomed in.
Flatness of the audio curve there. I was like, wow, that actually looks pretty good.
Oh yeah, it looks great, sounds great, is great.
That's the keeper, Jeff.
Yes, sir. Yep, I'm going to copy down all these settings again just to have them in a second place.
Best ever.
Yep, the power of Thetis. I'm very, very impressed.
Well, now you know when I go on and on and on and on about Thetis, there's a lot there.
And every month or so, there's more that gets added.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how much more they can pack into this. I'm running out of screen.
A bigger monitor.
Yeah, get more screen.
You know, I'm just getting done paying all this stuff off. I don't need a bigger monitor.
Yes, you do.
Get 2. Get 3.
How big's your monitor right now, Jeff?
I think it's just a 21-inch here. It's an older Acer.
Oh, yeah, at least 31. 31 and maybe 2 of those.
See, what's kind of cool, you can put some of those meters that they added in for Thetis, put them on a separate monitor.
Yeah, actually, I just added the analog needle meter over top of the one in the upper right-hand corner. I still have the one that John created down in the lower left, so I can look at all the transmit audio stuff. But yeah, very cool that you can have all this stuff simultaneously up on the screen.
Yeah.
If I had a child, I'd name him Thetis.
What about Hermes?
That's the other child.
Trial.
And if it's a girl, it would be Hermina.
I like Angelia, which is the name of On Helia. Well, now I'm blanking. Also Orion.
Man, that guy's just clobbering me.
It's time to go knock on his door, Jeff, if he's that close to you.
Oh man, I'm telling you, it's colored across the entire screen while he's talking.
That's amazing. Can you take a screenshot?
Yeah, I will.
So I looked up Hermes.
210?
No, on 165 or whatever.
So I looked up Hermes on Bard, John.
Uh-huh.
It says, the messenger and herald of the gods, the divinity of commerce, cunning theft, travelers, and rascals, not to be confused with Herpes, the god of cold sores. That's not true. I made that up. But if Bard can make stuff up, so can I.
Hey, well, you never know. And KN62F on the dot.
K6RCZ.
N6MUD.
KJ6LA.
God, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I've got Theta set up now. Every 10 minutes it goes, ba-ding.
Does it restart?
Just have to ask the timer at the bottom if you had that set up that way.
Yes, I sure do.
Does it restart itself?
Yep.
How'd you do that? I tried to use that feature and it just stopped and I had to restart it manually.
I don't know.
Is that a meter job?
No. It's not a meter. It is it's just a setting. It's built in.
Where is that setting?
It is in setup. Let's see. All right, it's in setup, and then general, and then options 2. And then QSO timer.
When you play sound on expiry, will it play out through the radio speaker or only through the computer?
No idea.
Because I don't have a speaker on my computer.
I think wherever your audio is coming out of the radio, I think.
Oh, it's asking me to select a sound.
Yeah, you gotta pick your own sound.
That's my problem.
I don't have that options tab on the Hermes.
General options 2.
Nope.
Yes, sir.
Generals, options. Okay. Yeah, never mind. Sorry.
Out of all this time, I saw that there. I just ignored it, man. now that you pointed out, I remember it, but I just have never used this before.
Yeah, well, now you know.
That's the problem. I don't have any. What does it use? An MP3 file?
Maybe Wave MP3, just some audio file.
Yeah, I have a WAV file, but I can't get it to make any sound, so it must need the computer speaker.
If you look on the filter, it says WAV when you go to select the file, so it's got to be a WAV.
Yeah, I have a WAV file. I don't have any way to play it, and it's not playing through the radio speaker, so it must need to be a computer speaker.
Hey, Jeff.
You get it on my headphones.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, if you turn off the noise blanker, does he still wipe you out?
Yeah, let me see. Of course, now he's not going to talk. but you can see how wide that is. I mean, his envelope is just huge.
Oh yeah, it's pretty nasty, but the noise blanker, if the threshold's too low, can kind of give that. So if you right click on there and then adjust the threshold up and down, the lower the number, the tighter the threshold. So if it's too tight, make the number bigger.
Okay, yeah, I forgot about the noise blanker. Thanks for pointing that out.
That's the one thing the Flex does a little bit better, is the wideband noise blanker on the Flex works pretty good.
Yeah, I actually have that enabled on all the bands, just in case I get any type of electrical static noise, and that usually wipes it out pretty well.
Yep.
Okay, good. Now my receiver's quiet again. So I missed out on the deal on the Zygu vertical antenna. I'm kind of upset by that.
Well, I think it would be nice to have one of those for sure.
I can still order it. It's $275 shipped with tax on eBay. They're $255 on there.
It's not bad.
Yeah, but it's still not $4 or whatever it was. Geez, now I forget the price. Whatever the sale price was.
$225.
Yeah, $225. And of course, that happened while I was out at sea.
Yeah, without fail, every time.
I missed the boat because I was on the wrong one.
But
I just got an email from Ryobi. They're coming out with a little handheld lightweight blower that has 140 mile per hour wind, ideal for drying vehicles.
how big's the outlet?
What do you mean outlet? It's a battery operated.
No. Like the output area for the wind. Is it like a lot of CFMs or like small CFMs?
Air volume is 220 CFM.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
140 mile an hour, 220 CFM, and it comes with a couple of little add-ons, so you can use the short tube or put all three of them together, and they've got a little wider one that's for broader, flatter nozzle. But it looks like it would be pretty good for drying a vehicle. Because I've got one of their blowers that's good for the yard, and it works great, but it's just too long to use on the car.
I have one of the DeWalt FlexVolt leaf blowers, the 60 volt ones, and I pretty much just use that.
Yeah, I mean, once you buy into a brand, if you want to be able to use the batteries interchangeably, you're kind of, you bought the design, you're in with them. So I already have Ryobi and have a couple of tools with the 18 volt batteries.
Yeah. The batteries actually are all, well, personally, I think DeWalt has the best batteries, but I've got some adapters, like just little plastic adapters, so I can use like DeWalt batteries on Milwaukee tools and stuff.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Anyway, I already have 18 volt have a couple of things, so this would be compatible with what I already have. Not out yet, but it says it weighs less than 4 pounds. I think that's with the battery. And 16 inches long in its shortest configuration. That would be perfect for clean drying the car.
Blow the rest of the water off of the car once I'd washed it.
Sorry I doubled, Jeff. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, to dry the car after I wash it.
Yeah, I learned that trick with doing the motorcycles, and that worked really well.
Exactly. I used to do that. Well, I have, like I said, I have one, but it's too big, too long, and the nozzle's too wide, too big around. So I was looking for something smaller. And so I'll be keeping an eye out to see how much they're charging for it, because they've pre-announced it, but they haven't admitted the price yet.
Gotcha. K5 BLS Carson City.
And 6 TYF.
KJ6LA.
For God's sakes, George, say something.
I'm trying to download some sound effects for the timer. Wanted to try it out, so I'm trying to put an MP3 in there, but I don't think it's going to take it.
I tried a wave and it wouldn't take it.
Really? What the heck's going on?
I don't know.
I need to work on that, because the only reason I ID'd was because John's timer went off.
Oh, did you hear it on the thing?
Absolutely, yes. I said, okay, as soon as Dan's done talking, I'm going to ID.
All these sites want you to pay for, or they want you to sign in, they want you to log in, they want you to create an account. It's ridiculous.
I think all it's going to take is a wave file. That's the only thing, that type of audio file that seems acceptable.
Now, here's the big question: will it play that file while you're transmitting?
It's hard to find one that's clean and it doesn't require you to log in and do a bunch of stuff, you know.
Yeah, copy.
All right. I'll email it to you. Holy.
So, does it play while you're transmitting, though, John? Or does it only do it when you unkey?
I think it does it while I'm transmitting.
Well, that was interesting. I went to 3K and I did not change the bandwidth.
Huh.
Audio changes, so be careful.
That was a mind trick from John.
Hey, Jeff, I think your audio's profile is messed up. Now give us some more chat.
Yeah, oh no, it wasn't messed up. It just went narrow. So now I'm back to 5K. It just went down to 3.
Okay, who else needs an alert tone?
What do you got?
Well, I'm just sending one out. So I got Jeff, Craig, George, you.
I'll take it. Send it over. Did you put me on the list?
Yeah.
I'm working on a custom design.
So, in other words, every 10 minutes, your radio's going to go, "Don't forget to ID, George."
How did you know? In fact, I just recorded you, and you'll be appearing as my alert tone.
Lucky you. Well, I just realized I've been sitting here for quite a while. I need to go for a walk. So I think I'm going to walk into the other room and sit in front of the TV for a while. That should be some exercise. It's about 30, 40 feet. See you guys in a while. K6RCC.
All right. See you later.
7-3 is.
Roger that. See you later. Thanks a lot, John. Those are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan, we'll catch you later.
Yeah, those are good alert tones. I like them.
Yeah, just simple, easy. You have to use Vox at all?
Do I know?
Yeah, I don't use it a ton, but in Thetis it is super advanced, so sometimes it gets used.
Yeah, I like it, man. Vox and Thetis is amazing.
Yeah, I have no problem using the foot pedal.
So,
Didn't start.
what was that? I was gonna say, I ended up buying two of the Uniden speakers, big 20-watt one and then a smaller 7-watt one. They're both passive, right? Designed to be driven like straight off the radio. And the 20-watt one on the Anytone 578, it works well. It's loud, but it's got almost too much low end. I was looking for a little bit more low end, and then the 7-watt one is like perfect. So I had this passive speaker just hanging out. I plugged it into the ANAN just for giggles, and hey, it works pretty good.
Look at that signal at 7250. Looks really, really loud.
Oh, looks dirty, man. Like a big amp with bad filtering.
All right, guys, I'll be back in a little bit here. I'm going to go out and walk my dog. Catch you guys in a little bit. N6 MED.
All right, see you later. Getting all the crackpots showing up, so you know how it goes.
Is
I'm finally enjoying this cooler weather right here, so maybe I can take him for a walk earlier in the day. But for right now, I guess it is what it is. Anyway, I'll be back soon. N6 MUD.
Yeah, 7-3.
okay. I have to watch some football. Today's the first day of football season. I'm a big college football aficionado, and so I have to retire to my football man cave and watch the game that's on right now. So I may be on later. 7-3 is all. Catch you soon. KJ6LA.
Hey, George, who's your favorite team?
Well, it has to be my alma mater, University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana.
Roger that. Yeah, I don't really watch too much college, but I like USC. I don't know why, but I just like how those guys play.
Well, historically, been a fantastic team. Great run through many years. So now it's going to be a new day as they join the Big Ten. But that's okay. They'll do great there, too.
Yeah, that's one thing, man, is what's going to happen to the other league? I mean, all of these teams are actually, all of the good teams are leaving it, right?
Yeah, well, the UCLA, USC have gone to the Pac-10. I'm not sure if they're going to expand any more teams from the Pac-12, but yeah, Pac-12 is pretty much history.
Isn't it like an old boys club or something? I mean, it's really hard to be invited, right? You got to be invited into that stuff, right?
Oh yeah, you got to be. You got to meet certain kinds of requirements, both in terms of the university itself, your football team, and the financial contribution you could make, the kind of viewership you're going to get, because all that's really money based, and so they are interested, I think, in expanding some of the viewer base on the West Coast, and so they might be able to do that. So we'll see. But yeah, Pac-12 did a terrible job with their network when they launched that a few years ago. Big Ten, very smart, and that's why they're surviving today.
Yeah, interesting stuff. All right, well, I'll keep an eye on that. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good evening, Georgia and 6 meeting.
Catch you soon. I'll be back. KJ6LE.
All right, catch you guys later. KN6TYFC.
You sent me that little mystery box.
Thanks very much.
Really? You could actually use some of that stuff?
You know, whether it sits in there, I'm going to use a little bit or all of it every sooner or later.
Well, I'm going.
With kids, and I'm going to hang around for the boat anchor net. KF7 LBD.
KN6TYF. Yeah, frequencies in use. Oh, yeah? Well, yeah, we'll have to check here in a couple minutes, see if it comes up.
Yeah, I've only got about 20 seconds on my timer so far.
Guess we could just set it real short and see, but my memory seems to serve me that it will indeed play.
Yeah, we'll see what volume it comes out as.
Yeah, loud AF.
KF7Q9.
What's up, Ray?
Not much. I'm using a different mic. What does it sound like?
Well, it sounds like you, but it sounds good.
It does sound like you.
Alrighty, but it's a desk mic, so I can't move, and I hate this. I'd like the headset better.
Well,
Just hearing you as.
Right, yeah, this is a dynamic mic. It's actually the mic that came with the radio. Field MD1.
Yeah, it's definitely got a lot more mids to it. It's not quite as quiet as your headset, but it's full-bodied. That's about the best I can give you.
Right, no, I've made recordings with it. It's a lot. It's much better, actually. It's better, actually.
Yeah, I didn't get enough of your audio.
yeah, it sounds good, Ray.
It is what it is, right?
Yeah, it's got more, it's just fuller. I mean, honestly, like, the headset's not that bad. This one's not bad. Plus with the 24-volt final and the 3500s, it's like super clean, so.
So I'm going to switch back to the headset real quick. So we were supposed to get rain today, and it didn't happen.
Really? Rain? Is it going to put out all the fires?
No, it was. There hardly any water hit the ground. It like showed up on the radar, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's too bad. Gonna take a look at the map. Well, you talked to Russ today?
Not today. No, Russ, I think he's busy with. In fact, he sent me a text that Motorola's taking him out to dinner and drinks and stuff.
Oh man, sweet.
Yeah. Might as well take advantage of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the map does show a little rain up there.
Yeah, it already went through, and everybody, I was on 2 meter and all these people were expecting, oh, cool, it's going to rain, but it didn't happen.
Looks like tomorrow during the day and tomorrow evening, it's expected to rain quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll see about that, right?
Yeah, because we still got a ton of smoke here.
Dude, that fire, they aren't very aggressive on it, that's for sure. I don't see very many planes going off. A few, but not enough.
Yeah, and Jeff, it appears it does play while I'm transmitting KN6TYF.
Where?
Where what?
Where do you?
Oh, beauty.
I think we're gonna need a more coherent sentence than that.
Sure.
Fire's up here in northern and southern Oregon.
WA6PVJ, you're sounding good here.
All right, PBJ, this is Q.
What's that?
Enabled.
No, I don't have reset on MOX. I have reset on expiry.
Okay.
You only want 2 options on. That's reset on expiry and play sound on expiry.
Okay, that's what I've got now. All right, thanks.
Yeah, Ray, what we're talking about is in the radio software, there's a built-in feature for 10-minute or however long timer you want, and it can play an alert or flash at you or do whatever.
Oh, yeah, it's killer for jamming, right?
I don't know about for jamming, but for when you're talking to remember, like, hey, it's been 10 minutes, I got ID.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got a little timer that says, okay, yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, and Jeff, I think if you left click or right click on it once or twice, that'll like stop it, start it, restart it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I played around with that, and I'm going to let it go now. I'm at 126, so I've got a little bit to go yet.
I'm sure you can adjust that time, right?
Yep.
For whatever you want.
Yeah. So guys, the contests do use that, right? They'll run that all day until they finally get a hit, and then they jump to the radio.
No, it's not a voice keyer. It's just a timer. A timer like a stopwatch, you know?
Right. Well, what's that? Can't you record a little wave file or something, and like your call, and then whatever you want. Let's say if you're doing a contest or something. I know a lot of radios can do that.
Yeah, actually, this one does not have that kind of functionality. Like, you might be able to put it together with some other programs, but it doesn't have that built in.
What's your radio are you using now, John? What is it?
It's the ANAN. Yeah, and Jeff is on a Hermes.
Yep, that I am. So, okay, new feature that they need to incorporate is the automatic CWID at 10 minutes.
That would be interesting. I mean, I've got my call sign ones already. Which I'm not sure if they show up on your radio, but we can try.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why when I blow out the screen and then when I transmit, the transmit envelope goes way off to the left-hand side of the screen.
Do you have DUP pressed?
Do I have what?
Okay, next to the pure signal button, there's a button that says DUP.
No.
Yeah, turn that on.
Okay, so, all right, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a full duplex, and it will show you the received RF coming back in on the sampler. So you're actually seeing your transmitted signal that's going out.
Ah, okay. See, I hadn't played around that much with it. Interesting.
Pretty slick.
Roger that. I can see it.
Oh, good. With my name?
Well, your call sign.
Yeah, call sign, sorry.
Only because I turned the panafall on. Otherwise, I don't ordinarily keep the waterfall on because I was looking at that guy's terrible signal earlier. That's the only reason I had it on.
Hey, you don't like the waterfall, huh?
Yeah, I usually just keep the pan adapter up.
Interesting. I guess that works, but for me, like, I don't know, waterfall's so important.
I just wanted to reduce the processing power a little bit and the graphics clutter.
Yeah, I get that. I got computing cycles to burn here, so.
Yeah, I'm just on a baby computer with training wheels.
Yeah. Well, if you ever come across a couple $100 that's burning a hole in your pocket, those mini PCs work really well. Ray, what do you think about that?
Elite desktops, and they've worked great.
What do I think about that? What do you mean, John? That you can get a nice one for $200?
Yeah, for like $300-$400 you can get a mini PC now that's like way better than computers from just a couple years ago.
Oh yeah, the minis or something. Yeah, you can get used ones, and just format them and rebuild them.
Yeah, but the brand new ones are killer. Like NUC kind of form factor, right? Little cubes, maybe 6 inches by 6 inches by 3 inches or something. And with the modern chips in them, they're super fast.
Are they $400 now?
Oh yeah, you probably get one as low as like $280.
Yeah, that's a smoking deal where you just go to Amazon or something.
Yep.
Good old Amazon, yeah.
I gotta buy Bezos in another boat, so
That's typically where I get these elite desktops, that or eBay. The last one I got on eBay, I think it was $65. I just needed to add a hard drive.
Yeah, honestly, man, like, having worked in IT for years now, I can't do it with those. Like, I mean, really, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just, it makes me think of work. And really, I think these days, like, for most of my clients, like, anyone that's not doing, like, video editing, they all get the same kind of computer. It's like a mini PC. You know, it's what I just described, maybe the size of a paperback book, and it does everything they need. It's super fast. They're pretty low cost, and the days, I think, of like the big old desktop are kind of over, except for gaming maybe, or specialized use cases. Also, HP's done me real dirty in the past few years, so.
What do you go for now,
well,
John?
I can understand that.
These days, either, and I'm a little ashamed to admit this, but either Dells that are like all purchased through Dell Premier, so they're like tied to the client, and they come already hooked up to our system with zero-touch provisioning. So I literally take them out of the box and I hand them to the user, and they plug it in, they set it up, they turn it on, it does its own setup, it's got all automated, and that's that. And then for laptops, it's either going to be Dell Latitudes, the business ones, or maybe Lenovo ThinkPads, and that keeps life simple and reliable. And KN6TIF.
The KF7QNI. So yeah, Dell has really good support. You know, if you have an issue, you know, if you're doing something custom a little bit, I had to build a bunch of machines for a guy or his little business, and they were using Autodesk, right?
Yep.
And that requires a little bit of horsepower, you know, some graphics at least, and so you got to have a good, fresh, newer chipset and processor.
Now let's see. I did not play the WAV file.
Interesting. Yeah, mine did while I was talking.
Yeah, I tried. That's when I keyed up and said, okay, let's see.
Well, is it playing it normally?
I don't know. I'll have to set the timer shorter and see if it does. Set it for 2 minutes. We'll see.
All right, I'm gonna get some water real quick. KN6TYF.
All right, yeah, it's just a standard Windows WAV file, so we'll see what happens here. K5BLS.
Located.
I'm down in Carson City tonight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're on that Hermes, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Yep. Going through the Hermes and a little intermediary amp, boosting the power up to drive my ALS 600.
Very nice. It sounds really good, I must say.
Thanks. Yep. Spent a lot of time playing around with this, the EQ and the CFC, the leveler, all that stuff to get this microphone to sound decent. It's one of those $60 podcast mics, actually. It's a copy of the Shure SM7B.
There you go. See, you don't need to spend a lot of money on a microphone to get good, clear sound, that's for sure. Is that an electric mic?
No, this is a dynamic.
Wow, cool. Yeah, much more natural. Cool.
Yeah, it's capable of doing either USB or XLR, and right now I've got it running out of the XLR because the sound card that's in my desktop here just doesn't have enough gain to drive the radio very well. So if I turn the gain all the way up, you get a lot of in there with the audio. So signal to noise ratio bad. The mic pre with the XLR out seems to work pretty well into the mic input of the PC.
Oh, I see. So you're giving that a little more drive to the input, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, those levels have to be correct.
Valley.
Yeah, unless you got a high-end sound card, like like they had in the old days.
You still read me, Jeff? Dave here in Grass Valley. Hello to everyone.
Yep, gotcha. You're about 5 over now.
Who's the other fellow on frequency? Dave here in Grass Valley, WA6PBJ.
Sounding good up here in Oregon, up here in Medford, KF7QNI.
QNR, you sound good as usual, WA6PBJ. I'm trying to remember the handle up there. This is Dave.
Oh, Dave, no, this is Ray, yeah.
Ray, is your middle name Gunn?
No.
Oh,
it should be.
What do I know? What do I know? I'm Dave. So what my middle name is.
Well, I blame it all on my mother, right?
David Ronald here.
I am Ray Paul.
Wow. What's your weather like up there?
Oh, it's probably about 70-something degrees, probably low 70s, and it's overcast now. There's cloud cover and a little bit of smoke, but not too much.
Yeah, we might get rain here. I'm 40 miles northeast of Zacatecas.
Yeah, I know where Grass Valley is. Are you up by, where am I thinking? Up by the lake? I forget. Oh, gosh, why can't I remember that name of that lake?
Well, anyway, I'm by Lake Combi, Lake of the Pines.
Yeah, there's a bunch of lakes up in there.
Yeah, we're about 2 miles west of that community. WA6PBJ, and we have Jeff in there, right?
Yeah, I'm still playing around here. I'm having troubles trying to get the WAV file to play, which it may not, because the way that the Hermes is set up is much differently than the audio routing on the ANAN. So this feature may not work.
Well, I'm using VAC, and it's working for me.
Yeah, because I can't play WAV files on the PC with the Thetis software running at the same time. I have to close it in order for it to play.
Are you using ASIO?
IDGF? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's probably why. Yeah. So I think when we set that up in your VAC options, it's probably set up with ASIO, and that's why.
Yep. Yeah, I just looked. Yep, that's why. So yeah, no big deal.
Dang. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that.
What did you want to play in the way of a WAV file?
Well, every 10 minutes I got a little file that just goes ding, time to ID.
Oh, okay. I like to play those what the dog doing buttons.
Yeah, you're way stronger now. You're on the SB.
What happened now?
I said you're strong now.
Ooh. Have I grown up to be a young man?
Well, I mean, if you want to transition.
No, I don't want to do that. I'm afraid I'm going to stay in the closet. Well, I'm running a pair of 3500s, but light.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, is this still sounding okay, guys? WA6PBJ?
Yeah. What drive do you have coming out of the Hermes, just because I'm curious?
We're doing about 1 to 2 watts.
Yeah. See, I think that Ukraine amp, when you push it past -3, -2.5, it starts to make the audio go a little funny if you don't have pure signal going.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we found that out the other day. So, word to the wise is sufficient. Do you go and do likewise there?
Always.
I wonder if you can open that up and rebias those transistors, because that amp is not much different than the hard rock. And this thing's pretty clean the whole way through.
That's a thought.
Yeah. The design, I think, looks pretty similar. But, you know, when you have pure signal going, it doesn't matter. It just, like, straightens it all out.
Yeah, but if you can help it not correct, though, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, does pure signal fix by 1306?
Yeah, it does. KN6 TIF.
Quad transistors.
So what I think's kind of cool about that is pure signal can control the amplitude, like, of your driving signal so that you don't saturate the amp.
Yeah, we don't want to saturate the amps here. What I have, 2 buffers and a QRO.
No wonder that sampler quit.
Usually I run 2 buffers, sometimes 3. The VFO is oftentimes running about 20 watts. So one of my buffers is a pair of 3500Zs.
Guys, I'll be back. K5B left.
All right.
And the other buffer is a pair of 572s.
Yeah, but it's not one to the other.
Do I need to say more than that?
No.
I'm going to show you my full butt, just my butt cheek.
You know, Hermes ought to sell a little amplifier that goes with that radio in case you have a high drive amplifier, right?
Yeah, I mean, they don't, but lots of other companies do.
Well, Hermes isn't it sort of like, I don't know, isn't it like an experimental hobby thing?
Yeah.
There's only 2 amps that I think supposedly got a reputation. One's the Ukraine, that's what I'm using here. And we have found, John and I, that if you press it hard enough, it seems like it gets squirrely. And that's good for 50 watts. And then you got the hard rock.
Well,
Yeah, this thing probably weighed more than that. I don't know. I can't remember. That was about 10 years ago. This guy was cleaning out his garage. He goes, "Hey, Ray, you want all this stuff?" And he goes, "This is big old amplifier stuff." And I said, "Well, I looked at it and I'm like, yeah." So I took it.
But do you remember what the final was?
Not sure. Probably a 4-4, 4-1000, I believe. You had a couple of those.
It wasn't like 4-1000s.
Yeah, that's what he said. 4-1000s.
I thought he said 4-400.
Anyway, big old bowling ball glass tube. It's huge.
Yeah, I got a pair of those.
Yeah, I had some of those, and I just gave it to my friend that likes to deal with that kind of stuff. I don't know if he's going to build anything with it or not. He says he is, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, that was nice of you to do that. Most guys will want to charge for that.
Well, he helped me out. I mean, we trade stuff. His wife trashes her computer constantly, so I'm always cleaning that up.
WA6PBJ. So you're Ray up there? Ray?
Ray in Oregon, yeah. KF7Q&I.
Yeah, KF7Q&I. I think, haven't you broken into the group that operates 7228 back in Kansas?
7228. Maybe a long time ago.
Somehow or other, I'm associating you with Don, N0 $5 lawyer, 7228.
$5 lawyer, really? That's a good one, but yeah, I don't know, maybe so. Back in the day, I go all over the place. I used to be all over the place, and anyway, and then I don't talk that much anymore.
Yeah, they're still around. I said I think they're still around. Oh, hush you. Well, you're pushing it. Pretty much exactly how it went. Well, I think, just a good chat, really. Yeah. Now beat it. That's how it goes. Yeah, but it works.
It's only delivering your audio through the feed, not everybody else's.
Yeah, I got it. Should be fixed now.
Okay, just letting you know.
Thank you.
That's your audio.
What's that?
Your audio sound. What happened to your audio?
No. On the stream.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Ray, you're sounding just fine, man.
Yeah, I'm just running this Jabra headset so I can go out in the kitchen and cook. I don't have to sit in front of the radio, you know.
Well, you cook?
Yeah, but I cook, man. I
pretty
love to cook. I can cook tons of stuff.
Ooh. So what are you cooking for supper tonight?
I'm not hungry right now, but I'm gonna make stir fry.
Okay, stir fry. So, do you buy sirloin or do you buy stew beef or what?
If I'm gonna do beef tonight, I'm just doing a chicken stir fry. I got all this chicken I bought, and it's all in the fridge or freezer, and I've been using it up because I bought it in bulk, and so. A tiny bit of rice with a bunch of vegetables, a little egg, you know, a little sesame seed oil, that kind of stuff, and off you go.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I read that as far as like beef and maybe chicken for that matter, actually, I did chicken legs the other day in my Ninja Foodie, which is like an Instapot. Instapot stole it from Ninja Foodie, by the way. But anyway, I just put them in frozen, and I did a air crisp. And those things turned out fine. In other words, I didn't thaw the chicken out on the microwave.
Oh, I don't never use a microwave. Not me. I just, taboo. No, I'm not going to do that.
Well, then what do? Put it out on a clothesline to let it thaw?
No, I just put it on a plate and let it thaw out to just regular ambient temperature, and wash it. Make sure it doesn't. I know how long it takes for it to thaw, and so actually I'm taking before it completely thaws, I start marinating it. In this case, in teriyaki sauce.
Yeah, KN60Y. I mean, Dave, when I talked about W6PBJ. Yeah, I do similarly, very similarly, except, as I said, anymore, I don't monkey around. Not that I'm saying you do, but I just say, hey, if I want chicken, I pull it out of the daggone freezer. I hammer off 5 or 6 legs from the block of chicken that I buy. And kind of, run a little water over them and separate them out, blop, put them in the basket and set it to air fry, and that's it, man. I don't thaw stuff out anymore, including steaks.
Yeah, well, that's to each his own. I'm an old, traditional, regular, I like to cook, without, all these weird appliances, and I just take a pan and I got a really good pan that I like to cook, like in this case, a stir fry in. Nothing sticks to it, and it's a what do they call that? It has an enamel finish, and so it's really great. I've had it for like 25 years, or at least 25 years, and I've cooked a lot of food in it, and it really turns out good.
Oh, I'll bet you it does. So I'm a widower. I lost my wife about 2 years ago, and she wasn't big in the meats, so we would do boiling beef or some gallion. We would usually have some kind of noodles. It was hard to get her to even chew on maybe like a prime rib or something, or maybe a tri-tip, something like that. Anymore, I don't eat all that much. I just don't. I'm 76. What am I going to eat?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. You know what's really fun, and you can learn a lot. I don't. Do you have a computer?
No, I don't deal with computers. Crank phone on the wall.
Yeah, no computers there. Well, he's only running Hermes.
I know, right?
Yeah, what did you say about a laptop?
What's cool? I don't know if John's ever done this, but because the Food Network, has a lot of cool ideas. Of course, they have a lot of stupid stuff on there. But if you go to the, I'd like to go to the Food Network on YouTube because their regular site sucks. They don't have any bandwidth, and so. But on YouTube, if you go to diners, drive-ins, and all that kind of stuff, that one I forget that guy's name. His name is Guy, and. He goes to all these restaurants, and he goes back there, and they show you how to cook whatever they're cooking that makes a lot of money for them.
Are you talking about Guy Fieri?
Yeah.
Well, do you like Korean food?
Heck yeah, I like all good food, just like music. I mean, there's all different kinds of music, right? And there's crappy of all kinds of music. Same with food. I mean, like up here, I don't recommend. There's probably only one good Thai place that makes Asian food correctly. I mean, that makes a big difference, at least to me.
Well, we got a nice Korean restaurant here in Grass Valley, and I'll go in there, and sometimes I'll get the poo-poo platter, which I like quite a bit. And then usually, a soup, I'll get the cream of some young guy, and it's quite good.
That comes
John, you ever do any cooking?
Happy ending.
No, seriously, that's what that is. That's the name of the soup.
You're like an ongoing comedian, aren't you?
Well, they've got that. They got other plates, too. I won't say the word because you'll be defeated. Well, first of all, the name of the restaurant, I'm telling you, you could look up on YouTube. It's called Pho King Good.
Fucking good. Like, I really like pho soup. Do you?
No, it's not. It's F-O-O King Good. Pho Good. And they do have a plate called Fuck Me Slow.
No. It's P-H-O, okay? Pho.
Me Slow.
Yeah. And the restaurant's called Pho King No. 1.
Oh, is that what it is? You're right. Yeah. Yes. What does that mean, anyway?
It means a big bowl of delicious beef noodle soup.
Well, how do you know that, anyway? You don't speak Korean?
It's Vietnamese.
Is that what that is?
Yep.
Why do they have to name their stuff like that?
Oh, why does it have to be different? I don't like it.
Yeah, they have them names there. It sounds so vulgar. I mean, good night, have mercy. Don't they know that?
Oh, they do it on purpose.
Why's that?
That way, when an American or in America, when they say it, it's like, oh, we're cussing. Oh no. It makes for good conversation, right, John?
Absolutely.
Oh, there was this restaurant I used to go to in the Bay Area that was outstanding. It was just a family-owned little restaurant. I think they were just Japanese people, and they made insanely good food. I mean, it was just super good. It cost you $20, but it's worth it.
Oh man, those are the best.
And that was like 30 years ago.
$20 nowadays? What would that buy you in such a restaurant?
Some crackers.
We'd go in there for lunch and we'd order their big thing of hot sake. And, oh yeah, that was the bomb.
There was a place in Oakland when I lived, I happened to live in Sunnyvale, but I worked for Southern Pacific at the Oakland radio shops. We repaired and aligned Motorola pack sets, so it's a 220, 440 megahertz that would be mounted in the locomotives. They were transceivers. Anyway, up the street from the shop was a barbecue place, and this fella did barbecued chicken, and I mean, he even did it in, like, obviously it was clean, but what are these big 55-gallon oil drum type of things?
Well, I think a really good wok food is always good. Somebody that knows how to flame, just get a wok super hot and just go to town.
God, I haven't had that in a while.
Where do you get that?
Well, there's a good restaurant here called Shandong. It's a North Chinese restaurant. They make handmade, hand-pulled noodles and dumplings, and they got all the woks going. It's delicious.
Wow, they make their own noodle?
Oh, yeah. When you walk in, you walk past, there's usually 3 or 4 old Chinese grandmas just working on the stainless steel counters in the kitchen. You just hear as they like pull the noodles, all the dough, and then they whack it on the counter.
Wow, I'd love to try that place out. I can't remember having fresh pasta like that.
Is that downtown San Francisco, John?
Oakland, Chinatown.
Okay, I'll have to check that out next time I'm over that way.
Is this the Food Channel?
Well, this is the Foodie Network.
Well, it could be.
I vote for Mongolian Barbecue, K6JR.
Where's that at?
Well, I haven't been in the Bay Area for,
in Fairfield.
I don't know, since 1977, so I couldn't tell you, but when I was over
they're redoing the roads, and 80 is going to be shut
Taipei,
as you go east.
Saw a big sign that says barbecue, and I thought, oh man, I want to go get a T-bone steak. And I walked down this alley and went in, and there was a table that stretched the length of the whole place, and it had bowls full of venison and steak and beef and chicken and fish. And turned out it was a Mongolian barbecue. And several years there later, they started coming to the United States, and now they're sprinkled all over the place.
Yeah, they know what's up, man.
Yep. They got like a 2-inch thick piece of steel. And it's like, I don't know, it's like 4 or 5 feet in diameter, right? Isn't that right, JR? And they run around in circles on it, and they fry it up right in front of it. It's really good.
Oh, yeah, big old long chopsticks to flip it around. And
the only thing is,
kind of sauce you want on it, and they got all kinds of different ones that they can throw on there.
The only thing is, if you go in there when it's busy, they don't clean it fast enough, and so because they're busy, right? And they got 2 guys running around in circles, and so they got to clean it, more often. That's the only issue. But other than that, if you go in there early, it's super good.
Well, that's how you expand your horizon and get a little mystery flavor.
Exactly.
Are you talking about sharing the plate that somebody had before you and you get a sample of what they had?
Well, okay, let's say if somebody gets like all this tuna or whatever and you want beef and they're cooking your beef on the same, right behind the tuna, and it's like you pick up all that tuna in your beef, and so it's kind of bizarre.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never had that issue.
Well, I did one time. It was just super busy. I didn't really care. I just scarfed it down anyway. It wasn't a big deal.
Hello, JR.
Oh, you talk about cleaning. There's a place uptown here, a Garden Buffet. Terry and I went in there one evening, and we had, amongst other things, we had pork, sweet and sour pork. And so we're tasting this, and I'm saying, doesn't this taste off to you? And she says, yeah. And I said, what's it taste like to you? And she says, it tastes like Clorox. They didn't wash off their daggone board, and they cut this pork on this board that had Clorox on it.
Whoops.
So we told the fella and the owner, and so we said, gee, that pork was off color. It tasted like Clorox. That'll be $22.95, please. And then I said, do you hear me? He says, have a good day.
Well, at least you know it's clean, right?
Can you imagine that? An undertaste of Clorox in that pork? Holy mackerel.
Yeah, sounds delicious. You know, isn't that what... Oh, well, maybe I won't take it there. Never mind.
Maybe he was just trying to kill off the COVID.
Ah, you took it there.
Well, that place is famous for their deep-fried chicken, and it always tastes old oil, and it's always overcooked chicken. I don't see where people think that's so tasty.
Yeah, nobody... Ugh. Fried stuff in old oil is the worst.
Yeah, and it's overcooked too. It's over. You know, it's dry. The skin is real crispy, but you bite into this thing and it's anyway. It's not. It's a little bit, almost as good as the chicken McNuggets at what you call it, McDonald's. Not.
Well, I don't know. Asian food, I think, should be cooked in a wok, and that way, you get your serving done in a wok. It's all privately, made, and boom, on the plate it goes. It's really good.
Yeah, man. Like, we've been to Asia a couple times, and seeing the street vendors on the street, they got like a big old gas burner. It's like an assembly line, and they are on top of it.
Yeah, when I lived down in Los Gatos, there was a place in Campbell, California we went to that had a place like that. There was all up and down this one boulevard. And you can get Indian, you can get really authentic Asian, and even a Mexican place. And it was kind of cool because, you had a choice.
One reason it would be hard for me to leave the Bay.
Yeah, you're right, because it's very competitive.
How's this Flex radio sound, by the way?
Talk some more.
Well, I've been talking. Dave, any difference, really? I'm sure there's some difference.
Well, the answer is, to me, you sound a little smoother. You're not quite as bright. You sound smoother, in my opinion, W6BBJ.
Yeah, okay, alright. Jeff, if you're watching this stream, you'll notice I flipped it over to the Flex for the first time on stream, so we'll see if it works.
Yeah, and I agree with Dave. It is it's a little smoother audio. It's not quite as sharp.
Yeah, okay. Some of that's probably in the CFC config I need to work on a little bit.
Yeah, well, even the received audio, I can tell the difference. It's a lot smoother sounding and flat. It's not as bright sounding as when you're receiving me on the ANAN.
Yeah. I wonder... Well, in theory, the received audio should be the same, but in practice, I don't think that's actually true.
Actually, your highs are actually higher than your lows.
On this one?
Yeah.
Okay, copy.
That's odd because I'm not hearing it that way.
Well, that doesn't surprise me all that much. On the Flex, trying to get the low end response here out of the headset's pretty hard.
Oh, yeah. So you're using your Sennheiser?
Yeah, the same thing that I use on the ANAN.
Well, in any case, my opinion is that, yeah, it's not got the, I don't know what the wording is. It just doesn't have, I don't know. Forget it. W6PBJ.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it sounds okay, but I have to say that the Anan actually has a lot better and more crisp audio response, and that's exactly what I'm hearing on me as compared to the Flex.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Thank you.
I shall concur with Jeff.
Okay, we've concurred all around.
Like that, that's from going to too many damn IT meetings.
So why don't you run your DX40 with the sideband adapter from Heathkit? Let's hear how that sounds.
All right, that's next.
So I love that Anan you got set up there, John, for sure. It's very nice, and it sounds really good on my old bucket here.
Yeah, this one's okay, but it gets used more on digi modes because it's way better at that than the Anan is, and it's way less a pain in the neck to get it set up. So, yeah, that's it.
So now let me get this straight. We're saying that this frequency is good for the Hermes, which is, it's okay, a poor band's Anan, or an Anan, and then the other white meat. Is that right?
I think what we're saying is Flex, Anan, Hermes, anything else. Bring it to the frequency, talk radio.
Yeah, so it's called the other white meat.
The other.
I'm just
John,
putting you on.
Are you running 4 or are you running 5 wide?
It's supposed to be 5. Now, it doesn't much get to 5. It doesn't much get to 4. You know, there's like that brick wall on the Flex where it just kind of falls over.
Yeah, that's
it's out at 5, but it's just not very hard against the wall at 5.
Not much, and a whole bunch between 3 and 4.
Yep.
Now, why is that? Is that the EQ you have on the Flex?
No. That's just something in how Flex does the audio. It almost always has kind of a soft wall at 3.8.
Well, can that be improved by some external processing?
Yeah. In fact, a lot of people are doing that, but even with the external EQ, you'll still notice it's a little hesitant to go out past that.
Somebody was singing while you were talking, and I got a kick out of that. Okay, thank you for that input. Guys, I'm in a QRX, so you're all sounding good. WA6P.
So John, does the Hermes have the pure signal, feature?
Yes and no. You need a few things to make it work. Like you need an RF sampler, and you need to solder in one connector. But other than that, yes.
So is Jeff running that?
Absolutely.
Okay, okay. Just checking.
Yeah, you have to have a female SMA, and then
Well, I'm still in the moving process, getting stuff from the Wyoming place, which sold to over here, and then part of it up to Brookings next week. So I feel like the Brookings moving man.
Yeah, somebody moved in underneath us here. Maybe I'll narrow up here in a moment. Anyway, okay. Well, very good. Yeah, glad you don't have to make the 11-hour trip. I keep thinking about that and going, God dang, man, there's no way.
Well, it's pulling the trailer. Used to be when I would drive over there, without a trailer behind me, I could do it in 10.
Wow.
Of course, those roads, it lets you drive 80 with a trailer.
Yeah, it's amazing how much flatter the Anan even receiver is, just going back and forth like that.
Oh God, yeah, big difference. Yeah, I've driven 10 hours before going from Ohio to Tennessee, and man, what a monotonous ride that was. So I give you lots of kudos for putting up with that for that amount of time.
Well, I always say I probably would have been a very good long-haul trucker, because I can do 18 hours if I'm by myself, and I'm good to go and get 6 hours of sleep and hit the road again.
Good Lord. Sir, you are a glutton for punishment.
That's what the books on tape are for.
See, that would put me to sleep.
Really?
Oh, yeah. If I listen to somebody drone on and on, even like on YouTube, if I listen to some of the people's narratives on things and all they do is talk, it'll put me to sleep.
Yeah, I hear you. Just real quick, so did I understand that properly, that the audio on the Flex was smoother?
Yeah, it's not as bright. It's softer sounding. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay. And is this one, even though it's sharper, is it too sharp?
Well, I narrowed it down to 4. I don't think so. JR, what are your thoughts?
Oh, no, it's definitely not too sharp.
Okay, all right, cool.
I think it's just cleaner.
Oh, it's definitely cleaner.
Yeah, the more that I have compared these radios side by side, I am just amazed, absolutely amazed at the SDR, the more modern SDR. The Flex is still a good radio, but in comparison, when you put the two side by side, I'll take this one over the Flex.
The Flex is the more modern radio, man. It's just that the Anan is like configurable to the nth degree.
Oh, but I mean, the filtering, everything is just so much more refined about it. That's why I say it's more modern than the Flex is.
Yeah, I guess it's applications, right? Like, man, if I could run the Anan remotely the way that the Flex can, I would sell the Flex tomorrow, but it just doesn't. And for that kind of application, for like a thin client architecture, like, they're the best around. But because of that, you get locked into their choices, and I wish so much that you could change them, but you just can't.
Yeah, okay, so who was the guy that was running Aircraft Mobile? Yeah, can't do that, unfortunately, with the Anan right now.
Not only Aircraft Mobile, but satellite, geostationary satellite. How bad was the lag, man?
It wasn't. It was fantastic. It really worked well.
It's amazing. I wonder if they got Starlink or something on the planes now.
I don't know. I had to pay extra for the high-speed internet, and that's what I used. But with my AA card that I have, they reimburse you up to $25 for in-flight Wi-Fi, and it was $25 for the in-flight Wi-Fi. And I went, wash.
Yeah, sold easy.
So John, why can't you just so you're running your Anan on a computer, right? Why don't you just remote into the computer?
Yeah, okay, so in theory you could do that. But what gets hard about that is like, how are you going to get audio to and from it?
Well, there's a lot of guys that do that. I mean, well, not a lot of guys. I don't know about the Anan, but okay. But if you can get audio into a remote desktop, that's no big deal.
Well, I think it's a bigger deal than you're letting on. And then the other thing is like, if you're going to run it remote, I think most people would want to actually have the client software locally so that you have the pan adapter and the waterfall and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, like, for instance, like, especially if you use ConnectWise, right? Because that has all these options, right?
Sure. And in that aspect, yeah, I could probably run it remote in that I could hear audio and send audio remotely to the radio, but when I say remote, I mean remote like a flex. Like, I want the whole thing.
Yeah, they just have that killer app. That's what's making. That's probably what makes that radio sell. But yeah, there's guys that run. I think they're running flex radios and they remote into them, and they sound really, really good.
Yeah, you talked to me when I was on vacation in Joshua Tree. I was running it remote.
Were you using like a pad or your phone? What were you doing?
Yeah, so some of it was on my iPad, some of it was from my cell phone.
I think the iPad sounded the best. I can't remember, but yeah, that was really good. You sounded fine. The audio was fine. It worked very well.
I just took like regular headphones, like the white iPhone wired headphones, and I would connect on my phone and turn the Vox on, and then I go walk around outside, like sit in the desert, and I could be working HF.
Right, and I remember you weren't happy with the Starlink delay or something there, because that, you got to think about it. It's going all the way the hell up into a satellite and then back down again. That's going to be a little bit of delay. But so you switched over to the cell network, right?
Yeah. The Starlink would cut out every time the satellite went over.
Yeah, that's a flaw. No wonder they're throwing up, another couple hundred more of those things.
We actually saw a train of the Starlink satellites in the sky. It's like 30 bright white spots in the sky, like all moving in a straight line. It's so weird looking.
70. Well, before all these fires started around here, I was up early in the morning, and I watched something up there got shot down, and I don't know what was going on. I guess that's Space Force or something. But anyway, yeah, I saw it go down, and it burned up going through the atmosphere, a big white streak, and I went, wow, I've never seen that before.
75. There wasn't a meteorite?
No, because there was moving other little satellites up there moving around, and you could see it with your naked eye. And I don't have the best vision in the world, but I saw it. I was staring at it. It took about maybe 10 minutes. I was watching. First I saw these satellites. I thought they were Starlinks, and they were moving around doing something. And all of a sudden, I see this white streak go down, and I'm like, oh, wow, did somebody shoot somebody down?
Well, we did have a whatever it is, meteorite event. I wonder if it was something to do with that.
Yeah, that's right.
75.
Gosh, I remember about 5 years ago, I was going to work in a cold winter morning. It was clear skies. Diamond Springs. And, out of the corner of my eye over the Pacific, I saw this big, long, it looked like a That was probably a meteorite, or I don't know, or maybe a satellite. But it was full of all these colors, orange, blue, green, all that stuff, and it was going across the horizon. I guess it fell in the ocean.
75.
Well, guys, I'm going to bounce out of here for a little bit. I think I'm going to go pick up the 6-string and see if I can remember what a chord looks like. I'll catch you fellas a little bit later. K5 BLS, Carson City.
See you later, Jeff.
Yep, go emulate old Hendrix there.
All right, see you later, Jeff. Good to hear you.
Diamond Springs.
Yep, I'm going to go in and visit with the wife before I hit the rack. So good to hear you guys. Have a good evening. 7-3 for now. K6JR.
See you, JR.
Yeah, but I think 7-3 is JR.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, but I think
Al, quit jamming us.
I don't hear anybody but you there, John. So there you go.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, your Anan is definitely superior in my opinion. You got that thing down.
It is dialed, bro.
I actually haven't heard a better signal anywhere, really.
Well, I mean, get on the train.
I know. All I need to do is get that darn file from you, and boom, done. It'd be easy peasy, right?
Well, maybe. It's not quite that straightforward, but yeah, that's the idea.
So that Anan, it's 100-watt output, right?
Yeah, the Anan's 100, the Hermes is 5.
And yet you pay, 20 times more?
Yeah, at least. I think brand new, probably get one off the shelf like 35.
Yeah, but I think, so, I think you find somebody that wants to get rid of it because they don't know how to run it, they're frustrated, there's a lot of that, you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Probably less today than there was a year ago, but, really, the Hermes is the way I would go today.
Well, yeah, but then you got to get another, if you have a low drive amplifier, which is that's fine. You get what Craig got, right?
Yeah, but that Hard Rock 50 or the Ukrainian 50-watt amp, they're less than $300, and that'll take the output from the Hermes and give you 50, 60 watts of drive.
Yeah, but I think. Yeah, so, Anyway, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's definitely worth it over than some of these, like, let's say I can't think of that model number that Russ runs in his vehicle, that ICOM, in which he paid a pretty penny for, right?
706, maybe?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good, and a Hermes does it run off of 12 volts?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but that would be ideal then for the vehicle. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, but
Al, stop jamming us. I know it's you.
Yeah, unidentified transmissions like that are going to be they've already been busting them. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I've already got the proof, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you got an extra 25K laying around that you don't want, well, then, okay, keep doing it. Yeah, but I think... That's what they call people that need attention really, really bad, John. It's all in this psychosis, right?
Yeah, if you're gonna jam someone, don't use a radio that's like distinctive,
Well, it doesn't even matter. I mean, they can pinpoint your transmission point, no problem. I mean, the military is actually doing that, and they got all the technology for that. It's no brainer.
Yeah, well. I'm just saying this one was easier than that.
Yeah, wait until he gets his door kicked in.
Oh, that'll be the day.
Well, I mean, some of the big shots. There were some big heavyweights that were jamming 80 meter back in the days, and they're all gone, John.
Yep. Although it did take the FCC a while, but it happens eventually.
Oh, worth it, that's for sure. KF7QNI, Oregon.
K and 6TYF.
K7BNY.
Go ahead, BNY, KF7QNI, name here's Ray.
Yeah, good evening, Ray. I think it's K7QNI. This is K7 Bravo November Yankee. Name here is Douglas. We're located in Post Falls, Idaho. Just kind of curious how the signal is coming your way, over.
Oh, I'd say you're just over S9. You're really good. Good audio, and yeah, you're doing pretty good. Anyway, it's KF7QNI.
Oh, okay, KF7. I'll write that down. Okay, very good. Yeah, I'm running about a kilowatt here. I was out working on my antenna today, and didn't quite get it up high enough frequency-wise. So anyway, that's why I was asking how the signal was doing, over.
Yeah, you're S9 here in San Francisco.
Did you say San Francisco?
Yeah, A-firm, Kilo, November 6 Tango Yankee, Fox is the call.
Okay, and what is your name?
Operator John.
Okay, John. Very good. Wow, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, carry on, guys. I'll just be on the side here listening. K7BNY.
What was the name up there in Idaho?
Oh, the name here is Douglas, or Doug for short, over.
Okay, Doug, and so I'm just curious, what's the antenna that you're working with? You got a kilowatt, I heard that, but what's the antenna?
Well, the antenna is kind of it's it's a Douglas antenna, I guess. It's a 20-meter half square, and then I'm feeding it at one end, and then it goes out from there. Just another length of wire, about 33 feet, so that I can get on 40 as well with one transmission line, over.
Okay, how are you feeding that? Is that a balance line or what?
Can I take a standby?
That's about it.
Okay, what was that, John?
Yeah, I'm going to take a standby here for a minute.
Wife got home. Okay, that's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Anyway, okay, Doug, we'll say 73s. I'm going to jump out of here too. I got some food to cook up real quick, and I got to get out of here. I'm getting hungry. So, all right, Douglas, that's a very interesting antenna. You take care, and 73s, KF7QNI.
Yeah, 73s. Take care. K7BNY. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Catch you later, Ray, N6MUD.
Oh, Craig, you're in there. Wow, I can hear you really good.
Yeah, I just got done eating dinner there. Anyway, go fix your dinner. Maybe I'll catch you later on. Enjoy the dinner, N6MUD.
Yeah, I got to pay attention when I do this. It's kind of fast and furious type cooking, and you know, I turn on the music really loud and pair it all up. So that's what I do. Anyway, all right, I'll be back later. If you're gonna be on this, are you gonna be on this one? Well, you have to be. That's where your antenna is. Okay.
Man, when I cook a stir fry, I try to do it on a wok outside, and I've got a really huge hot flame, man, and it turns out so good. But the trick is you gotta do it over a super hot flame. You gotta do it outside. Anyway, N6MUD.
Actually, I am going to do that outside. You know what I use? I use a big giant camping stove, big giant burner.
Oh, bingo, man. That's exactly what you do, man. And that's the trick. That's why the restaurants make it so good, is that they get it super hot and it doesn't take too long. You know, you don't want to burn it, but that's the way to do it, man. It sounds like you know what you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a wok, but I have a big giant pan that's kind of the shape of a wok, and it works well. And all I need is the heat, and yeah, you can't do it inside unless you have a really good air, ventilation system or something. But it's better to do it outside, otherwise you smoke up the house.
Roger that.
All right, later. I'll see you in a little while. KF7 Q&I.
And by the way, man, you're 15 over 9. Good signal.
Oh, yeah, it's evening time. The band stretches out a little bit. And, yeah, you're killing it. You sound great. All right, later. KF7 Q&I.
And John, I was kind of confused there. I opened up the stream and I saw a Flex radio, and at first I'm like, wait a second, is this the right stream? I guess John's getting dinner. All right, I'll be lurking here inside N6MED. Over 9, lightning static crashes down here in San Diego. Must be some activity close by here.
Here we go. 6RV standing by in Mission Viejo. November 6th, Radio Victoria. And 6RV Mission Viejo. John, copy. Broadcasting without my Aphex oral exciter or the big bottom turned on. Do you notice any difference? Is there? Guess what I'm asking, does it sound good or does it just sound heavy in the bass when I have it on? Yeah, I'm going to tweak it down just a little bit. I was listening to my audio on your. By the way, I was able to pull up your YouTube on my other laptop, so I was basically able to hear the entire conversation we all had the other night. And I was listening to my headphones, and I sounded a little boxy. I wasn't 100% pleased with it. So maybe I need to turn down the big bottom a little bit.
Yeah, did it just come in there at the end?
Did what come in there?
Oh, I was wondering if you turned it on.
Oh, yeah, it's on right now. It's on right now. And now it's off right now.
Yeah, it's subtle. I don't know that it's really the big bottom that's doing it. Let me listen some more.
Or I could go to my speech processor on my Pultec. I could adjust the low end on that as well. So there's no big bottom right now, and I'm going to turn down the Pultec low end a little bit, and there you go.
Okay, now bring the big bottom in.
I think we doubled.
No, I don't think so. I said now bring the big bottom in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let me bring the big bottom in. There you go. It is now in. 1, 2, 3. Now it is in.
Where's your low cut?
About 160.
No. Your transmit bandwidth.
Oh, transmit bandwidth is at 30.
Just for giggles, can you put it at 50?
Yeah, it's at 50 right now. 1, 2, 3, 50.
Yeah, okay, back to 30.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 30. And the big bottom is on.
So, I hear, if I listen real close, I think I hear this boxiness you speak of. If you can touch up around 300 hertz, maybe 250, 300 hertz, you could probably do with just a little cut right there.
Cut it 200 to 300?
Yeah, but around 200 to 300 hertz, cut a little bit.
Okay, that's in the mid-range. I'm going to cut it. There you go. I'm going to cut it all the way down. I've cut it considerably down. Go ahead.
Yeah, too much cut.
Okay, that's where it was, and this is the midpoint between the too much cut and where it was.
Split the difference maybe, and then do you have another one above that, maybe around 500?
Yeah, I can do 500. Let's see. Let me split the difference with that, what I just did. Okay, let me go to 500. And I cut a little bit at 500 there.
Okay, yes. Okay, I'm liking that. Now, the big bottom, can you reduce the level of the big bottom a little bit? Because you have a big old, almost a spike at like 110 hertz.
Well, let me start off with the big bottom's off right now. It's off right now.
Yeah, okay, I think that's okay.
Now I'll turn it on, and I'll put the big bottom at the most minimum levels. There you go. That's pretty minimal right there. Oops, wait. All right, I turned it on, and it's a pretty minimal adjustments right there.
Okay, bringing the big bottom in is making it boxier.
So you like it without the big bottom altogether?
I mean, I like the effect from the big bottom. I'm just saying, whatever, it's doing something to like make it sound more boxy.
Yeah, so if I turn all of the knobs, well, let's see here. I turn the bass, the big bottom's on, but the adjustments are way down, so it probably is almost like it's at 0 right now.
Yeah, so it seems to add quite a lot of amplitude from your very lows all the way up to about 800. It kind of pushes that region. So if you want to make another cut again, kind of around that 400, 500 region, you might be able to balance it out before the big bottom.
Okay, let me turn off the big bottom. There he is. All right, it's off right now, and you say do additional cuts where now?
Let's just say 500.
All right, stand by.
Yeah, balance your bottom, buddy.
Oh, wise guys. There's always a wise guy out there.
Over.
You know, I can also do these adjustments on my Symmetrix 528E as well.
Well, yeah. Well, what are you adjusting now?
Well, that was just the I was doing on my my Pultec. I was adjusting the low. I can do the 500, the 700, the 300. I can play with that all day long on the Pultec. I also I'm using the Symmetrix 528E for my noise gate, but I also have the component of equalization if I want to use that as well. And also I have the big bottom, so I got 3 sources I can adjust those parameters with.
Yeah. Well, I think what you're working on the Pultec is working well, so let's just stick to that.
All right, so a little bit more cut around 400 or 500?
Yep.
Okay, I made a little cut there. It was a little cut, not much, but a little bit at the 500 hertz range right there.
Yeah, how wide is that Q, or how wide is that cut? Do you know?
Well, let me see here. Stand by. I got the cut right in the middle. Here's a broad. I can make the Q really broad right there. That's really broad. And that's really narrow right there. And that's right in the middle right there.
Okay, all right. I think we'll leave it in the middle, but cut a little more, a couple more dB, and then after you do that, let's hear it with the big bottom again.
Okay, a few more dBs at the 500 hertz range, and let me turn the big bottom on. There you go. The big bottom is now on, and let me put it where it was before, so we can compare apples and oranges. There you go. N6RRV.
All right. Yeah, the spot it's not so boxy, but when it first came on, it was boxy. So whatever it changed on the big bottom, where it is now is probably a good spot.
Okay, let me put my headphones on. Can you give me a recording?
Yeah, 1 second. All right, go ahead.
What in the Elecraft Yasu icon is going on out here?
Hey, Brian, how you doing, buddy?
What is up? Hello, radio.
Hey, good evening, Brian and Scott.
Hello, radio.
John.
It helps to turn on the amplifier. There we go. KC2GNB.
Yep. Now, Scott, are you ready to make a transmit?
I'm ready. Just give me the heads up.
All right, go for it.
All right, N6RV. Hello, Craig. Hello, Dennis. Hello, Brian, and of course Johnny. N6RV doing a little audio testing here on the Pultec, running through the Omnia. I'm sorry, not Omnia anymore. It's it's the Optimod N6RV. Thanks. All right, N6RV. Hello, Craig. Hello, Dennis. Hello, Brian, and of course Johnny. N6RV doing a little audio testing here on the Pultec, running through the Omnia. I'm sorry, not Omnia anymore. It's it's the Optimod N6RV. Thanks. Any difference between this and what I started out with, in your opinion, John?
Yeah, I think so. I think I would still massage it more. It's like this 200 to 500 region that I would work on, but I think it's a positive change so far.
Okay, I can go down to 200 or 300. That's the mid-range. I have two Pultecs in line. I got the low ends and I got the high ends, and I'm sorry, I got the low and the highs and also the mid-range. So I can I can do an assortment of things here. But okay, I just put it back to 300. So I think it's a mid-range issue. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not really a low end. I think it's a mid-range issue.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's all in the mids, and specifically, it's mids that get changed when the big bottom comes in.
Let me do this. I'm going to turn everything off. All right, I got everything off. This is just microphone into the Optimod. I got the big bottom off. All Pultecs are off, and let me turn off the Symmetrics, that's off as well. Everything's off right now. Now let me turn everything back on. And now everything's back on. So there might be some subtle changes.
Yeah. It's not so subtle, but take a listen. Here comes.
Microphone into the Optimod. I got the big bottom off. All Pultecs are off, and let me turn off the Symmetrics. That's off as well. Everything's off right now. Now let me turn everything back on. And now everything's back on. So there might be some subtle changes. Well, I did notice a difference, and no question about it. I did notice some difference, but I got to be honest with you. With everything off, just running through the Optimod, it doesn't sound half bad, at least to my ears.
Oh, it's great. It's very present. It's got good tone, and yeah, it sounds good. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, it's very, very bright when he has it off there. And I was listening remotely through John's setup there and listening here. Scotty, you're like 25 over here.
Oh, and you're hearing me pretty nicely. Yeah, the Optimod, if I just had to go with the Optimod, the Orban Optimod, I'd be very pleased with that. And I guess if I want to use the other outboard equipment, I'd just make subtle. I think what I probably do is just make subtle adjustments, because I really kind of like the sound with everything turned off, be honest with you guys. I don't know. Craig, down in San Diego, what do you think?
Right on there, Scott. I think it sounded really good with everything off. I mean, I know there's a lot of gear there, and hitting those switches shuts all that off and takes all that stuff out of line. But honestly, man, it sounded really good. Everything off. I mean, it's sometimes it surprises you, huh?
Yeah, it really does. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play with this thing, just it off for a while, and I got to get James chiming in here too, because James has got a really good ear, see what he has to say. But James always told me that, Dad, you got that Optimod at the right preset, and you got the right adjustments on the odds equalization. The other stuff is good, but I'm not so sure you need it, has been his opinion all along. So we'll just keep it here for a while and see what happens. Thanks for the playback there, Brian. Appreciate it, man. I mean, John. Sorry, Brian. I meant John.
It's all good.
Go question.
The basic D.
Yeah, I have a question. There's the elephant in the room, and that's your radio. Now, were you to be running a Kenwood or a Yaesu or an ICOM that basically has an ALC and transmit EQ, you probably wouldn't be using the transmit EQ, but you might be using the ALC. Isn't the ANAN doing all sorts of little wizardly things to your signal?
That's a John question.
Yes and no. I think Scotty's got it pretty much set up to be as pure as possible, except for maybe a tiny little bit of soft limiting or compression in the ALC stage. But yeah, other than that, I think everything's pretty much off.
Okay, I'm just saying, because don't you have all these controls in the ANAN that you do not have in a typical analog radio, like compression, limiting, this and that is going to be affecting what's going into it?
Yeah, absolutely, you do. But that's kind of the beauty, is if you've got a broadcast quality external processor, then you can turn all of it off and leverage that.
Okay, and you answered my question about, what goes in, and then just adding a little bit radio-wise, rather than saying, I've only got a microphone, so the radio's going to have to help me out a lot more.
Yep. And that's part of the beauty, is you can dial it up or dial it down. Dial a radio, dial a sound.
Scott, I wish my radio sounded as good when I turned off the processing. When I turned off my processing, there's the what it sounds like, KB6GFD.
Oh my.
Yeah, Dennis, you got to keep the processing on, my brother.
Muffle Bucket University is calling.
Well, I'm going to keep this off for a while. Everything is turned off right now. I'm just going to keep it off and go with it.
Can you switch through the OR band and dial? No, you can. I don't think you can. Because right now, on the Wheatstone, the input to the output, this is adding the IAGCs, and then this puts in the limiters and the post EQ. So you can kind of hear the stages as it goes through the system.
I don't know how to do that with the Optimod. I know you can. But I just, quite frankly, when I set this up way back when I got it, I haven't touched it since then. I have not made any adjustments to the Optimod. And I know there's a ton of presets, and I can tweak those presets to the point where I probably don't need much external processing at all. I just want to be bright, loud, and just have a good sounding, smooth signal is my goal. And I think I can achieve that with just the Optimod.
Okay, and that's what John was saying. Once you get into the radio, because it'll do a lot of processing for you, but as you go through the stages of the processing on the Optimod or the Wheatstone, what I found, and even at the radio station, if you start number one part balls to the wall, the rest of it is useless. It's not doing it, can't help. So you kind of have to build and layer it as you go through however it's going. If it's going in an input, through an EQ, through a compressor, through a limiter, through a HF limiters and all that, you kind of have to keep adding. So that was my question. When you get to the radio, you either don't need anything, or you say, I'm going to I'm going to get the sound I want, but I'm going to underdrive the gain on my processor, and then I'm going to let the radio take care of that gain adjustment.
Yeah, that makes good sense.
Yeah, and absolutely, I think that is a smart and valid way of doing it, because then you can use the leveler a little bit and have pure signal be all nice and happy.
But it do sound good.
Over.
John, give me one more. I'm going to do with everything off, and I'm just going to turn the big bottom on and see how that sounds, okay? Can you do that? I just turned the big bottom on, but it's not very, the adjustments are not turned up very high, just very in the low end. So if that's okay with you, I'd appreciate it.
Sounds good.
Yep, okay, ready.
All right, test number 2 with everything off. Everything is off, and except the big bottom is on, and 6 RV. All right, test number 2 with everything off. Everything is off, and except the big bottom is on, and 6 RV. I didn't really notice much difference with that, quite frankly.
Everything off except the big bottom, it's not a big difference.
No. When I bring everything back in, then the processing, you can really hear it.
Yep. But, my friend, it does sound excellent, so.
Hey, Scott, did you see what James has done to his audio?
No. What did he do now?
Well, I think it was yesterday or last night, John, or the night before. He's really into the CFC, so he sounded really good. In fact, he got it to the point where I think it's the best I've ever heard him on just doing all of his processing through the Thetis, right? John, is that what he ended up doing, right?
Yep, it was all CFC, all Thetis only.
So he cut out the entirety of his audio chain?
Yep.
Wow. So he's using the Thetis equalization then, right?
Yeah, I think it was only Thetis, and it sounded pretty good, if I'm being honest.
Wow. I should probably give that a shot too with, you never know. That's great. I haven't heard him on the radio with that new change.
Yeah, I think it's just experimental, so I'm sure we'll hear many iterations to come.
No doubt, knowing James. I don't think he's been on one antenna for longer than a week. He's always changing his antennas and tweaking and turning whatnot.
Yeah, but the thing about is he's learning the power of the CFC, and that takes some practice for sure, you know. So once he figures that out, then he's going to be dangerous on Thetis.
Yeah, no doubt he will figure it out.
Well, I'm excited to hear it, you know. Is CFC like the best out there? No, probably not, but man, for this application, it like, other than being a little difficult to wrap your brain around, I think it works extremely well. Well, let's see. Who else do we have in here? Brian. What have you been up to today?
Busy day. Went to a parent-teacher kind of a thing to check out Ava's new school. You know, she's getting adjusted and all that stuff. So, yeah, it was a good day.
I'll be right back.
Copy.
To take her to the dentist and stuff like that. So. A lot of things with Ava, and I also took her to the park to hang out with her old friend from her old school. So she had a good time. So that's what I've been up to. Just been monitoring here. I took a little nap listening to you guys here on 40 about an hour ago. I'll just kind of unwinding.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. New schools are always hard. But, you know, it sounds like you're setting her up for the best best success that you can. Is this a new primary school?
Yeah, I got her here right now. She wants to have dinner, I think. I think she's hungry, but I'm not sure what she's hungry for. I have to make food, she says. And what do I have to... What? Alright. I'll be right back, you guys. KC2GNB.
Alright, KN6TYF.
And 6MED. Catch you later, Brad. I love the timer, John. That's pretty slick. That thing just sits there and does its thing, and makes it real convenient to ID.
Yeah. Is it working for you? Someone else had a little bit different audio setup, and it wasn't working.
Yeah, it comes through everything I've got. It comes through my jobber. It comes through my headset. Not sure what happens when I transmit. I think it's only audio out, so I don't think it's going to come through my microphone audio. It shouldn't. But anyway, yeah, it works great.
Yeah, it's good. It doesn't come through the mic audio, but if I'm transmitting and it goes off, I hear it in my headphones here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted. And I think there's an option, right? When you transmit, does it reset? I don't know. I feel like if I'm just listening to something, I may want to shut it off. If I'm not transmitting, just listening, it may get kind of old. So maybe I'll have to. I think I can just click on it, right? Does it stop? Yeah, I click on it and it pauses. That's cool.
Yeah, I think left click pauses, right click resets, and then you can have it only count up while you're talking, or you can have it reset every time you key up, and I was having a hard time trying to figure out what you'd use that for. But for this application, you know, it's every 10 minutes and at the end, so yeah, I think it's just better if it just counts.
I agree. Every 10 minutes, regardless if I'm keying up or not, I think that's just safer. And that way, there's, all of those identifier cops out there, they won't get too upset if we over-identify, right?
I wouldn't want to piss off the ID cops now, would we?
Right, you've got the wideband audio cops, you've got the ID cops, you've got the guys out there that harass you if you're got too much bottom end. I mean, it's never ending these days. How do you keep everyone happy?
Yeah, can we get some jammer cops? That'd be nice.
I mean, honestly, that's what we should all be doing here, is harassing the FCC to give us some resources and take care of some of these guys.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing my part, so. I don't know if you I think you were around earlier. I ended up pulling the trigger on that 6100 just because it's on sale. So fingers crossed that it shows up and it's good. And yeah, I guess we'll see.
Well, that's pretty cool. From what you guys are saying, you can completely put a new like OS on it, not OS, but a new client program on there. That's kind of cool. I already have the 705, so I didn't need one of those, but it's a cool little radio if you can get it to behave, get the audio to sound halfway decent, and it sounds like the receive is pretty good. So, yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can figure out and get that thing to do. Kind of push it to the limits like you've done to the Hermes and to Thetis.
Yep. That's the idea. And looking forward to going out to a park. You know what I need to get actually is maybe I'll get one of those K6 ARK end-fed kits. Just make up a little wire for some portable use.
Yeah, I got my 49-to-1 from a guy called 1010 or something like that. It's only like $40. It's low power. I think it's less than 50 watts. And it works pretty good. Dude, I had all these intentions of getting a 705 and doing summits on the air and all that type of stuff, but it never worked out that way. I have all the gear, man. I've got the antennas, I've got the woofer recoil vertical, I've got the batteries, I've got everything. But I just need to get motivated to do it, I guess. Part of it is, as a band during the daytime, is being crappy. So maybe that's why I haven't really been too motivated. Maybe I should go out on my cruise and do some camping. I've done that a couple times. I've taken my 705 and, dude, it's amazing when you get out there and there's zero noise. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I mean, it's quite a different experience at nighttime when there's zero noise and you can just sit there on 40 meters and just hearing Europe roll in. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Me and a buddy went out to a park, kind of brought a 7300 on a battery and stuck a wire up, and it was great. Except for that day it was a geomagnetic storm, but besides that, we got in some really good 10-meter contacts. I think we worked all over the Western Hemisphere. It was great.
Yeah, I've got maybe if I can get a couple of days off next week, maybe I'll try that. Go somewhere for a night or so and see what can happen. I'll take my RM Italy 305 amplifier, and that way I can use that if I need to plug it in my... I've got a 200 amp hour lithiums in the back of my Land Cruiser that I use for everything, powering Starlink and all that stuff. So it'll definitely run my 305 for a long time. So I might do that because I have a feeling I will get frustrated working 10 watts. When I'm being QRO all this time now.
Go to Mount Helix.
Yeah, that's true. I should go to Mount Helix. Is there transmitters up there, Brian, or is it's not like Mount Soledad, is it?
No. You'd be the only transmitter up there.
Okay. Is there campsites up there, or can I spend a night up there?
There's you've never been to Mount Helix? There's there's a little tiny park up at the top of the hill. Across a bunch of there's it's like a stadium, but there's a whole bunch of seats up there for a little and there's a park up there.
Yeah, I've never been there. I've been to that are around there, but I've never actually been to that park. Okay, I'll check it out. Interesting. Thanks for the tip.
All right, copy that. KC2G and B.
Can I get a radius next, please?
Yeah, that the CT PA station, question mark, KC2GNB.
Hey, yeah, this is Chris, NCTA. I was just wondering, so this antenna is real crappy at 40, but I have you guys pretty close. I'm in Southern California, outside of Los Angeles, so we're real close here. We're on kind of the edge of 40 going short and long, so I just was wondering how it works here for where we are in the MOS2 stage of these things.
Okay, yeah, copy that, Chris. I got you about 10 over here. I'm located in the city of San Diego here.
Oh, great. Yeah, I have you here probably like 20 over. The antenna's so weird, non-resonant that I kind of modeled that it's fed with 600 ohms. I'm only running 100 watts here.
All right, yeah, copy that. I'm doing about 1,500 watts into a wired loop up at about 50 feet or so.
Got it. Yeah, this is real low. This is I built it for 10 through 20, and then I just got lucky that I didn't have any odd fractional wavelengths there on the transmission line or the lake, so I got 40 as a bonus. But yeah, thanks for the radio check there. I just wanted to make sure that it was working.
Right on. And what's the radio?
I'm using an ANAN-7000. I've got the low pass for like EQ and the processor set to about 80. Nothing fancy, just the hand mic.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Yeah, I'm on a Kenwood TS890, talking into a Shure SM7B, and the amplifier is a Meritron AL1500.
Got it, roger, yeah. Sometimes I run this thing through a board with an SM7B as a preamp for the mic. But I haven't had that set up for a little bit. It's kind of, I don't know. But I like playing with a lot of different stuff, and every time I have to go to a board with a bunch of stuff around, it just kind of discourages me from getting on the radio. So I kind of just drifted back to hand mic with some headphones to hopefully encourage me to get on the air more, so it wasn't such a pain to get everything going. I don't do a whole lot of rag chew on 40 or anything, so I'm mostly interested in DX, so it's kind of like real targeted operations. I don't spend a ton of time sitting there. It's usually just for, whatever the DX window is, and then roll out. But thanks, 73, the call was N6CTA, and the name is Chris, in the city of Laverne. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, very good there, Chris, yeah. You find your sweet spot. What makes you happy, and what you find to be interesting and fun in the hobby, and there's so much to explore. So however you want to do it is up to you, and there's no one way to do it. Very good. 73, ciao for now from Kilo Charlie 2. Good night, Victoria.
Yeah, and this is a KN6TYF. You are readable in San Francisco. Not strong, but readable.
Copy that other station there. Yeah, I don't doubt it. The antenna is only 7.5 meters high, so it's not, real great for NVIS. And the ends are bent like a staple. I only have 23 horizontal feet to work with, so I've got about 5 feet dangling at right angles. It's a pretty weird antenna for 40 meters. It's kind of a bonus. I do a lot of JS8 and that kind of stuff with it. It's great for that. But I'm glad to hear that it actually you can copy me up there. I mean, it's not horrible conditions right now for 40, so I guess it's probably the max NVIS I can do. We'll see later on. Sometimes I hop on the Triple H net to see what it'll do for DX here, but it hasn't been real great lately. I like it. The FOF2 here is just it's like kind of on the edge of where I need to be, either 40 or 80, and so like I'm kind of stuck in a hole, or at least that's how it has been for the last month. It has to be below like, I don't know, 8.5 here for sure. So, I don't know. Anyways, thanks for coming back to me, and I'll be clear that 60K.
All right, yeah. Well, conditions are getting better and better. 20 meters has been great. Yeah, so hope to hear you on the air some more. This is Kilo Norway 6 Tango ENQ Fox.
Kilo 7 Charlie Bravo Lima.
Hello.
Hello, good sir. I have a viewer.
Wow.
Hey John, I'm gonna have to learn how to use the MFN functionality because I hear that squeaking from that adjacent station, and I'm trying to get the notch filter in or shut it out. But do you hear that on your end, John?
Yeah, you just gotta make your receive filter a little bit smaller.
Okay, so you're not doing a notch; you're just reducing your receive bandwidth.
Yeah.
All right, roger that.
Hey, John.
What up?
Oh, never mind. My viewer in my call here told me that the screen freezes, but they didn't realize that it was the waterfall pausing while on transmit.
Oh. Your waterfall doesn't show when you transmit?
No, it goes black.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Oh, you don't have full duplex?
No, I do have full duplex, but it's the Flex doesn't handle it very well.
Yeah, not on transmit at least.
Yeah. Hey John, have you ever experienced one on...
We can actually see how our signals looks in the waterfall, and you're saying that Flex doesn't do that, huh?
Nope. What was that, Connor?
Oh, I guess my internet does some weird things with a lot of power going with it. I don't know.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, right?
Hey, Connor, thanks for the QSL card. I got that a couple days ago. That's a nice card.
Oh, sweet. You actually got it? Yeah, I was curious kind of when those things would arrive.
Yeah, I don't do QSL cards. Maybe I should print some up. I feel bad when people send me them and I don't reciprocate there. So maybe you just kind of motivated me there to get up my butt and design one, and I'll send you one when I do that. Orange.
Yeah, I use an app called Canva, and it prints them out in that size, which is standard postcard size. But I just send them because it's fun for me. I enjoy doing it. It's a fun. It's a fun thing for me, so I never really get a whole bunch of them back, but I just think it's cool to send them out.
Yep, and hello, orangest of the orange.
Wow, what a noisy racket this 40 meter is. It's really noisy. It's almost S9 lightning strikes everywhere.
Yeah, and we've got the adjacent station right on top of us. It's just not the best there, but hey, good evening, James.
Yeah, nice signal, Craig. 30 over.
Yard. K5GUE, Brian, gets on here, friend.
One of the loudest stations out there. We just missed your dad. He
Amarillo, between Lubbock and Amarillo.
I know I've got about 50 texts since you guys did that harassment campaign.
Okay, this one was self-inflicted.
Well, all right, so long as there's a genesis and alibi for you.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Well, anyway, so I asked him to send me a photo of his current settings, which I'm willing to bet are probably different from how I last left it.
Yeah, he was talking about some boxiness, and he brought in the big bottom, which seemed to add to that boxiness. I don't remember it being like that like a week ago.
No, there's something awry. I'm sure of it.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, Randy.
Hi. Let me,
Mamma mia.
Hey, is everybody running 4 KC so we don't bother the folks on 195?
Let me look into that.
I was going to go down there and ask him to move.
I mean, we've been here the whole night and they just came in on top of us, Randy. How does that work?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just go to 4 KC. No big deal.
The words and the sound.
Hey, John.
What?
Ring, ring.
Banana phone.
John, I see you streaming live again tonight.
Yes, Randy, I am.
That's good. Just one person watching. What's up with that?
Yeah, get some better viewers.
Wah, wah, wah.
Hey, John, can you tell who's currently watching? You can, right?
No. No, I can't tell who's watching. I can just tell that someone's watching.
Oh, I thought you could tell. That's weird. I figured I'd give the person who's streaming all the power.
No.
Bit of you.
Hello. Kilowatt 7, Tango Victor.
Wow, you're really loud. You're about 35, maybe 40 over.
Well, I'm not doing anything special. You know, the antenna is lower. And I got a feeling I have a better angle for California with it down about 25 feet from normal.
25 over, Randy. Sound good?
Thank you.
Well, should we do, John, should we do a spot check on Randy?
All right.
Randy, spot check.
Gone.
Scared him off, dude. He knows.
What did I do?
Okay, Randy, go to setup. Let's see what your filter type is. Are you running low latency tonight?
Okay, well, where do I go? I'm in setup.
DSP options.
DSP. RX 256 and 256 on the buffer side. 4096, 4096 SSBAM. Filter type low latency. RX BH4 BH4.
Oh my! Shoot me.
Yeah. What happened?
Why? What's wrong with it?
All right, so buffer size RX and TX. Like, let's start there. 64, please.
Wait, which one? Is it for receiver transmit?
No, both.
So the buffer size, you want those at what?
64.
Okay, they're both at 64.
Okay. Now you said filter size for both is 4096. All right. Now RX, I suppose you can leave that at low latency, but TX, you should change that one to linear phase.
Done deal.
Beauty.
Hit apply.
What did I just do?
Oh, you made yourself sound like you should sound.
Well, both RX and TX are still 496. Buffer size 64. Low latency receive, linear phase on transmit.
Yeah, you're coming across the way you were like a week ago. I don't know why you changed that. You used to have both on the phase linear once upon a time ago.
I don't know if I did. This is the BH4 and the TX is BH.
Yeah, BH4.
Oh, I didn't change those. Those were there.
No, your phase deal on the transmit, it sounds so much better.
Seriously?
Very much so.
All right, cool. Make me a little recording here. 5KC.
That guy is really loud. Alright, then I'll stay at 4. Okay, and hit the record button for me. And let's see what we sound like. I am running the ANAN program. I'm looking at the volt and the 2496. And speaking right into the microphone and raking about 999 watts on that last voice peak. 4. Okay, and hit the record button for me. And let's see what we sound like. I am running the ANAN program. I'm looking at the volt and the 2496. And speaking right into the microphone and raking about 999 watts on that last voice peak.
Well, now time out. Who did that?
No.
Okay, so you know what I'm going to say, John.
Probably.
You know exactly what I'm going to say. So here is my recording, the proper way, I should say.
And let's see what we sound like. I am running the ANAN program. I'm looking at the volt and the 2496. And speaking right into the microphone and raking about 999 watts on that last voice peak. John was doing a noise reduction.
I don't know if he was, but there's a controversial argument to be had over our methodologies, but I digress.
Yeah. I might have had the noise reduction on right at the beginning, but it got shut off halfway through. And I've been screwing with the filters today, so I don't know.
No, that's okay. So should I leave where it is, the linear phase, 64 and the 2496?
Oh man, if I had my way, I'd put both to linear phase, the receive. But yeah, the transmit is worth, it's a keeper, dude. Keep that there.
4096 with a buffer?
Yeah. That it depends, John can go into it, but it depends, I suppose, what the global sample rate is. Mine's at 192K. I know John runs his all the way open, and some others are in between.
Where would I look for that?
It's under general and then firmware set, FW set.
I'm at 76,800.
Okay, if you're at 7/16, then 4096 is the right one.
Good, okay. And that's what I have it.
Yeah. See, I think
64 instead of the 256.
Yeah, because you have a computer that's fast enough to handle all of the packets, right away. You don't need to save up 256 of them.
No, I understand.
Anyway, so part of the reason I kind of advocate for low latency, at least on RX, is like, you notice how often people double here, and when those filters get crazy long, the delay is like a couple hundred milliseconds.
I see. So when I unkey, it'll unkey.
Well, no, like
the doubling.
What I mean is, when I'm talking, you don't actually hear the sound come out of your radio for a couple hundred milliseconds if you're running the filters too long.
Yeah, I could see that being a problem. I don't know if I'm running my filters to that extreme, but I usually wait anyway. We're patient.
Yeah, that is the right way of doing it. Is a little pause. But anyways, if you run it low latency and not too sharp, it doesn't ring too bad, and you don't have the long delay.
Hit that save button, Randy.
I did. Just so you know, let me bring it up again for you boys. 64, 64, 40, 96, 40, 96, linear phase, BH4, okay.
Perfect.
I'm like a little puppet on strings.
That's just today.
He's got some really good ears to be able to detect that, Randy.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, he's got something.
I mean, I didn't notice it until he said something.
Well, it's really just this crowd, because like all ICOMs, they're all running low latency filters, FIR filters on receive and transmit. That's kind of the ICOM sound, right? So if you do like this, kind of go like this, starts to sound more like an ICOM radio. You get the ringing right in the corners of the highs.
What in the crap Yaesu ICOM is going on out here?
Oh my gosh, that hurts my ears, John.
There's nothing wrong with an ICOM set up correctly.
Is that how bad I sound on my ICOM?
No, I'm definitely exaggerating here.
Yeah, this is an old ICOM, 756 Pro.
That's one of the better ones, actually.
Yeah, only the...
Right.
It's only the newer SDR ICOMs that are running for a filter. So 7300, 7610, you really pick up on it.
Yeah, my 7800 sounds good. Even James admitted it.
I did indeed, multiple times.
You can make 3KC sound good, but you got to put a lot of horsepower behind it.
Well, Randy, my general story here in the past 48 hours is I have removed one of my DACs, and I only have one DAC now in my audio chain here. And as a result, I cannot still use my Omnia software to work with just one box. Poisoned my mind, and instead I have now gone to CFC, which I think I told you yesterday.
You're not running the Omnia?
Nope. We're butt naked and afraid here in the CFC suite.
Gotcha. I could hear some pumping, a drop of pumping, which you probably wouldn't get. I mean, he's got beautiful tone, mind you, but I hear a drop of pumping because you don't have control over the release and all that other time like you do with the Omnia.
Yeah, you don't have control. It might be a little slow with the Thetis default values. I don't know what they are, but I'm not done yet. I will somehow. I may just get the other box back in line. I don't know.
Yeah. I suppose it's not the worst thing in the world, but just I don't know, man. It drives me. It would drive me LL nuts. You can control the pumping a little bit by lengthening the decay on the leveler.
Okay. That's an idea. Why don't you try that? I want to hear it, James.
Is that lowering, you say?
No, make it longer.
Okay, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, gentlemen. Roger, W6CBA in Carlsbad.
Oh, Carlsbad. I had to fix my filter facing south, and it works now.
Ah, you're a filter. All right. How you doing this evening? It's Roger out here in Carlsbad, W6CBA.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're trying to fix a little issue here, which I think I may have just fixed now. There's 300 decay. It was 100 before, 300 over.
Yeah, what do you think, Randy?
A little bit more.
The more you say, all right, let's swing for the fence. Let's go for 600. And there's 600, KF6YIJ, 600 on the decay with the milliseconds, I believe. 100 milliseconds.
Boy, that is amazing how it changed it, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go all the way to 600, but I think it sounded fine at the 3.
All right. Again, I don't have monitor capability of that, so I take your word for it.
Oh, wait a second. Let me make a recording. Go ahead and make a transmission.
All right. Hopefully no more lightning. KF6YIJ at 300 decay over. All right. Hopefully no more lightning. KF6YIJ at 300 decay over. You know what it is? It's because I don't have the Omnia filtering in the low end, and it's pumping at like sub stuff, 60, 70, 80.
Exactly. That's the beauty of the split band processing.
You know what I should do is I put the CFC gain in that region at 0, which I just did right now. I may need to cut back a bit on the EQ just a touch. All right, try that. Any more pumping? K up 6Y, IJ over.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, that's great right there.
Hit it again. I'm gonna make recording.
We'll try this out for a bit. Yeah, it's not squeezing as much on the CFC red line, so good deal. And Carlsbad, take a round. For a bit. Yeah, it's not squeezing as much on the CFC red line, so good deal. And Carlsbad, take a round. Where is Carlsbad?
I don't know. Did we lose Carlsbad?
There. No,
okay, he ran off. All right, no problem. Well, cool. It's good to see we can control at least somewhat.
Yes, I'm very happy with that. You know, with work, you see, who would think that the leveler would work in conjunction with the CFC?
Now, you know what? I'm sick and tired of the CFC. Despite all this, I'm going to go get the other box, and we'll see what the difference is.
Okay.
Love it.
I'm back.
I mean, John, the beauty of an external split band processor is it gives you infinite control on every parameter that you want to do within that frequency.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But where's the limit? I mean, Thetis is neurotic enough. It's neurotic enough, man.
But at what cost? I mean, you know, an entry-level unit in that world is $4,000.
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes up from the Volt. The Volt is probably the most inexpensive split-band processor available, and it just goes up from there.
You know what else I find kind of interesting is there's a whole bunch of other parameters that you can actually control a lot more stuff, but it's not exposed in Thetis, even though it's present in the DSP library.
That's true. The VAC is amazing. I mean, you could go nuts with the VAC, and I agree. And there's hundreds and hundreds of free programs that you could tailor to just work beautifully.
Yeah, yeah. Was that Scotty?
Yeah, hey, how you doing, John? Randy, how are you, buddy? Haven't talked to you in a while. Yeah, I know. I was mentioning that yesterday. I told your son he sounds way better than you now, and you didn't come out of the woodwork.
No, I'm back. Had a long week. Had 2 mediations a day, and finished up today. I'm going to take tomorrow off and kind of get caught up on some stuff. But yeah, man, yeah, I'm back here tonight for a little bit, and yeah, it's been a long 4-day work week is more than enough for me.
Wow, no, I'm 7 days. Always something happening for me, but it's good. I'm going to be a bachelor this weekend.
Ooh, a bachelor, huh?
Uh-oh.
Oh, we called you earlier, but you disappeared.
So what are we going to do? We're going to go have parties and go out for the Go-Go Girls or pole
I'm going to haven't slept alone in the bed in so long. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of pillows to cuddle up around, don't you?
Anyway, she's just going to go for 2 days. Very excited. My son's very excited. I'll take care of all the stuff, the animals and the watering and the plants, and we'll work on one to go as a team, probably in a month or two. But I'm very excited for them.
Where's she going? Where is she going?
Randy, where's your lovely lady taken off to?
Oh, she's going with my son in California.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
The movie star. The professor and Marion.
Yeah.
And you must be Gilligan?
No, I'm the skipper.
Oh, you're the skipper. Okay, I guess I'll be Gilligan.
Do you, who is this speaking? Sounds like you make a sore cut every time you key up.
Yeah, hey, this is Roger out here in Carlsbad. Roger in Carlsbad?
We called you a little earlier. You got a wonderful key up. Is that a hand mic?
No, it's the MC50. It's got a click. When you hit the microphone, it's like a little hollow click there. Over.
Got a monster click. Is that a slide switch on the thing itself?
No, it's just a push to talk. You just push it and it has a very, very noisy mechanism that goes clunk.
Switch the box.
75. No, box doesn't work on this one.
Anyway, so you have some interesting cases,
vibrate your table? Does it activate the subwoofer?
Yeah, but I think...
Oh, we got the recording jammer again.
Scotty, did you have any interesting cases? Oh, yeah. Had a very severe traumatic brain injury with cognitive deficits. I had that today. Earlier today, I had a supraspinatus tendon in the rotator cuff case. And throughout the week, I had a couple trip and falls resulting in fractured skulls and hemorrhaging. And I've had a couple knee replacement cases this week. So it was a full battery of interesting cases. Oh my gosh! What happened with the rotator cuff? Did it happen at work? Were they throwing the javelin? I mean, what? No, it was an automobile accident where he was turning his body, and the car was turned and twisted. So biomechanics of his rotator cuff were implicated, and it tore a full thickness tear of the supraspinatus in the rotator cuff. There are four major tendons there, and the supraspinatus is the major one that usually gets injured when there's a rotator cuff injury. Wow. Well, your medical prowess is as good as John's IT capabilities.
Yeah, seriously. And KN62F on the dot.
KK7TV. And 6RV. Well, it should be. I got quite a bit of background college education, graduate school education in anatomy and physiology. I used to teach nurses anatomy and physiology so they could get their continuing education units. And that's what basically financed my law school, was able to teach them those courses. That's wonderful. Is that what you opt for with the mediation? Did you opt for those sort of cases to bring in your expertise? Oh yeah, when I get those cases, I'm generally pretty effective in discussing the medicine. A lot of insurance people and lawyers, quite frankly, don't understand the medicine of their cases, so that brings in my expertise to help them out. Oh, that's wonderful. It sounds like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Yeah, there you go. That's a very significant tendon down in the knee joint area next to the meniscus. Meniscus?
What a word.
It informs the schmeckle.
I knew meniscus well.
Well, I love it. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad you're so good at what you do.
Meniscu.
No. Now that you're good at that stuff, let's do your audio now. Well, you missed out. We were doing some experiments earlier on my audio to get it to tweak it up a little bit, Randy. But I got to get out of that funk, so to speak. And John and the boys were helping me out a little bit. Yeah, they made me change my stuff too. Don't feel bad.
Okay, just so we're clear, that one's self-inflicted.
The second I broke in, John said, "All right, Randy, bring up your setup menu."
That was James.
James and John. Don't feel bad, Scotty.
Yeah, I know. These young millennial guys, they got it all over me. They totally got game. And so I don't fight it.
Me neither. I just did what they told me. In
That's
fact,
what we
they said, okay,
do.
Randy, hit okay.
Like what our wives do.
They said, hit apply now. I said, yes, sir.
Okay, I think we're back.
All right, your pop's in. Go ahead. Let's hear.
Yeah, this is Omnia now. I got to change my noise gate just a bit, but yeah, I much prefer this. It might be a little slow with the Thetis default values. I don't know what they are.
You guys now?
Well,
only got more low end.
Yeah, so
I can cut it back a bit, but yeah, I can tell right away, just at least from what I hear in the headphones, it's much more tight.
just so we can have a back-to-back, I think I've got a recording in the buffer.
Cool. It might be a little slow with the Thetis default values. I don't know what they are. But... Ouch, that's a phasey mess.
One that's good standby, boys.
For a bit. Yeah, it's not squeezing as much on the CFC red line, so good deal. And Carlsbad, take a round.
Okay, that was your last one before this one.
Copy.
Let me play it again.
For a bit. Yeah, it's not squeezing as much on the CFC red line, so good deal. And Carlsbad, take a round.
Now, go ahead and make a transmission, and I'm going to record you now.
Okay, thanks, Randy. We appreciate it. This is KF6YIJ returning with the Omnia horsepower. Over.
I have some static from the storm hitting me. I think I'm going to shut down soon, boys, but here you go, bro.
Okay, thanks, Randy. We appreciate it. This is KF6YIJ returning with the Omnia horsepower. Over. Wow, certainly denser.
Much denser, incredibly dense. But that's what it does.
Actually, James, when I was hearing you, you sound a little bit better than the recording, actually.
I would certainly hope so.
Absolutely, but it's just a good, it's a wonderful starting point because Fogfield is so much easier when it comes to adjusting than trying to do it yourself.
Yeah, he sounds, my dad here, he sounds different than what he normally does, especially when we go to 20 meters. It's like, wow, this is the way you're supposed to be, but here on 40, it's a mess.
Oh, John, my noise went away completely last week.
Wow. That wasn't what we just heard on the recording?
No, that's a storm I got coming. That's static buildup.
Man, yeah, mine came back bad today and yesterday.
In fact, I got a warning on my phone that we're going to get severe weather.
Do you unplug your antennas, Randy, or do you put them to ground? What do you do when weather comes?
I just put them to ground, brother, because I have a loop outside at the base of the tower. I have two monster loops of the coax, and I ground everything. And you've seen those loops on power poles.
Oh, yeah, that's cool, though. You got one of those on your tower. That's really convenient for you.
Hey, can I join in on my call tonight, W6CVA?
Who's that?
Oh, that's Roger in Carlsbad. I'm saying good night, gentlemen. W6 Charlie Victor Alpha. Said it.
Oh, Carlsbad, I was looking for you earlier.
Yeah, I think I got distracted from the radio for a moment, too, and then I came back, and then that's what happened.
Okay, fair enough. You're still 20 over. Have a good night.
7-3. 73s.
Whiskey 6, India Kilo Echo.
My static is crushing me here.
Yeah, it's bad.
Stop. I hear whatever you got in your neck of the woods, Randy.
Yeah, it's coming up, boy. You know, the noise blanker on these radios is incredible.
15/9 lightning crash.
Hey, Craig, what do you make of this Omnia here that I'm on? I was on Thetis with you yesterday.
I mean, it's definitely, I'm not a pro at this, but it sounds denser, but it just sounds different. In my mind, it wouldn't sound better. It just sounds different there. So they both sound really good. I don't know, man. I feel like when you left yesterday, that's probably some of the best I've heard you for a long time when you shut down last night.
Yeah. I hate to say, but everybody's getting phase junk right now, so it's probably not the best of times. But anyway, you're still 30 over.
You know what's interesting? This is a very controlled loudness you have with almost zero artifacts. It just brings up your average amazingly so that's the only difference as far as the tonality, that's a piece of cake to change the tone. But what I love about it brings up your average so much.
Yeah, that's what I love about it too. I'm looking at the watt meter. It's always hovering around like 354, and then peaking around 5.
Well, mine is like I'm running AM. It doesn't even move.
That's beautiful.
That's what you're saying. I'm seeing it on your S meter reading. I mean, one could say that your dynamic range went down, but you don't go into a softness. You go loud, but it's not harsh. There's no artifacts in any way. And the only way to accomplish that is split band processing, is peak limiting. Instantaneous peak limiting brings up your average.
Yeah, same with you. What was that, Craig?
Yeah, so are we saying you cannot accomplish that additional full body sound without using the Omnia or whatever you're using right now?
Oh no, that's a false statement. No way. You can probably get close to it. I just don't know how. I don't have the man hours invested in figuring, A/B comparisons for 10 hours in a row.
Yeah, I think it's plenty doable with the CFC and Thetis. It just takes, as James said, it takes a lot of work to get there. Because, the tone, honestly, is probably pretty similar. I just feel like the Omnia sounds more polished.
Yeah,
it's very easy. Craig, I mean, if you don't mind.
Like real nonsense taking place in the background here that it's trade secret stuff, I'm sure.
Oh, there's so much stuff hanging. There's so much stuff going on. But Craig, you understand the principles of split band processing and the advantages?
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. That's why I was kind of curious as to why he couldn't accomplish that with CFC, but I understand it's just a matter of time, right? A matter of how many man hours is it going to take him to accomplish something that he can just plug in a device or whatever in line and it happens right away. I get that.
I'd have to play a song or two, like maybe a Queen song.
Yeah.
Put on loop and then just kind of adjust things and fader it left, fader it right, back and forth.
What happens with broadband processing, like you're running now? Broadband processing, the gain reduction, the peak limiting, all the squeezing, all the stuff that they do is governed by the edge of the sine wave.
Definitely in this conversation.
And when you broadband process, the biggest part of your sine wave, if you think of a three-way speaker, the biggest excursion you have is the low end. And the low end is going to drive all the VCAs, all of the control circuitry to squish and peak and do all the frequencies that you're doing. And what happens when it's broadband, it's going to follow the low end. So the low end is going to be brought down, but it's also going to affect the mids and the highs. And that's called high-frequency ducking. But when you have a split band processor, you could just control the low end.
Like it's clipping.
Bring that into tamation, so to speak, where it's where you want it to be, and yet the mids and the highs could flow unaffected. That's a synopsis.
I understand that. That's why I was just kind of curious, because I thought maybe the reason why James went back to how it used to be was because he just tried and couldn't figure out how to accomplish it. But it's not the fact that you can't, it's just the fact that he didn't put enough time into it, I guess, huh?
That's exactly right.
Do you remember JR? JR was working on something, then he finally went all CFC, and he had a great sound, and then he reverted back to external boxes.
And now he's all CFC again.
Is he CFC again?
He's on the G2, so the new one.
Yeah.
But the Thetis is amazing. The Thetis setup is probably the closest thing one could have to a wonderful split band processor, except you can't control the decay, but John brought up a wonderful thing. We're fooling around with the leveler. There's probably other ways to also address it that you wouldn't even think that affects that. But it's amazing how much horsepower you have just in Thetis.
Well, it gets you close. I certainly was tempted to stick with it, but,
No,
I'm pretty happy with the turnout that I've got here on this thing. I think it sounds really good.
Oh,
yes, you do sound great, Mark.
For sure. Best yet.
Yeah, you sound great. Are you running pure CFC? Mark, you running pure CFC?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm running everything internal. There's no external processing at all. Just the mic pre.
Oh. Well, got a golden voice, too.
It really does.
That helps a lot.
Yeah. About 95% of your success comes from your vocal cord.
You can just play.
It's all in the Wheaties. You just got to eat your Wheaties.
To go.
Absolutely.
Well, if you've listened to the stream, you've heard the raw audio, right, from the mic feed, and that same mic feed is the one going to the radio.
Well, you realize that your raw audio on your
better here, buddy.
On your live broadcast is just amazingly sick.
That's what, the transmit or the receive?
When I listen to you talk in your studio, the studio feed that you're feeding over to YouTube is amazing.
Yeah, that's just the live one right off the mic.
That's sick.
I think he sounds great here once it arrives through CFC.
Yeah, thanks.
It's a huge difference there, right, between the live feed and CFC at the final, what the final sound is. It's amazing what you can do.
Oh, I think it sounds better, even though it's restricted. It's, 5K or whatever he's at, but it sounds better here, no doubt.
Yep.
Hey, John, are you running your live feed now on YouTube?
Better. Yeah, I sure am.
Yeah, by the way, James, I can get YouTube and John's live feed on my, laptop upstairs, but down here in the shack, I cannot bring up the YouTube. It's got a restriction on it. Next time you come over here, maybe you can help me remove that restriction on the YouTube as to John's feed there.
Oh, that's peculiar. It might be, John and I were talking about that last night. I think I know what it is. It's a Windows setting. But anyway, we'll fix that when I'm over next. But yeah, okay. Sounds good. Wow, you're 40 over almost, Mr. N6RRV.
I got the signal going. Well, I'm at, let's see here. It says almost 1,400 watts. It should be. The other night, John, I went and just tooled up your YouTube on a different laptop, and it came up just fine. And I was, listening to the entire conversation that we all had the other night. And, maybe it's because you're there. Your signal was just loud, and it was like a total block of cheese on my waterfall. It was extraordinarily loud and clean. Is that because you're closest to it proximity-wise, or is it just your signal so strong?
Well, it's probably both of those.
That was a good answer.
Okay. When in doubt, that's the answer. No, it sounded good. Very clean, much better than Utah SDR or Half Moon Bay.
It is amazing. One thing I did notice, I was listening to you on my Motorola phone, and it just sharp as a tack. It was great. Well, while I was making dinner, I was listening to you boys. It was great.
Well, someday when John takes donations, we'll have to reach the donate level for phase linear mode on receive.
Wait, you mean he's making me run phase linear, but he doesn't?
Well, no, he wants you to suffer masochism.
I'm clean.
Man, you're outing me.
Tell me what he's talking about.
So on this stream, I use a low latency filter on RX. So that's what you hear on the stream.
You are making it work for the environment and for the parameters that have to be met there.
It's not meeting my expectations, Randy. That parameter is still unfed.
No, it makes it better because he had it the other way, and the delay was terrible.
What do you mean the delay? There's a delay? How?
Oh, big time.
Well, I think we're getting things crossed here. There's a small delay on the filters, but the other delay, Randy, you're talking about, that's a different one.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, set up that donation page and maybe we can affix to phase linear at some point in the very near future.
All right, heard.
John, what do you need to make phase linear?
Nothing.
Oh, because, my mouse hovers over a certain system I have.
Yeah.
But really what it is, Randy, is he runs it 6 days of the 7 in low latency, and it's like the batter on deck with the weights on the bat overcompensating so that when he's at bat it's much easier. The same way so that he gets the 1 day, puts it on phase linear, and it's just, it's awesome.
There you could hear a difference?
I can. I don't know if he does, but I certainly can.
Yeah, there is a difference. I'm not saying there's not. I just think I think it's small, right? And yeah, I don't know. I'll test this a little bit more.
Because John had me on low latency. John set up my machine, Jane.
No, I get it. I understand the frame of thought for putting that in low latency. It's just a taste of the output product,
Interesting to hear you railroading him to phase linear.
Well, railroad at all. It's more just a representation of what the options are.
I get it. I think, Randy, they got changed at some point, maybe. Because I tend to almost always run it that way on transmit. It's just receive,
That guy at 195 is so loud. Oh my gosh.
Boys, I'm going to shut down. I had a lightning strike. How far away? Maybe 3 miles away, and it's coming up strong. Wonderful to hear, everybody. Thank you for the help. I'm your little pawn in the game of life.
Yeah, 7-3, man. Take care.
Great talking to you, man. Talk to you later, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Scotty, always a pleasure to hear you. And James, your dad's a sweetheart. And John, you're great. And Craig and Mark, great to hear you. But Mark, you sound wonderful. You're the poster child for CFC.
Catch you later, Andy. Have a good evening.
Where did Mark go?
Mark was never here. It was Jeff.
Oh, gosh darn. Jeff?
Yep, I'm here. Yeah, we'll catch you later. K5 BLS.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, wow. Jeff, you sound good.
It does, but that's all his pipes.
Boy, it has 6 on microphone, too.
He's actually speaking all the way.
Yeah, it's amazing. Hi, boys, 73s.
Yeah, 7-3 from KN6TYF, a little late.
Romeo, Alpha.
And I have to narrow my receive big time with that adjacent channel. What is it, on 195?
Yeah, I'm at 4K. I still hear him.
Yeah, they're hitting me pretty bad.
Yeah, I have to bring it down to almost 3.
Oh, he must be out near you.
Yeah, so far I'm pretty good at 4K. I'm not getting too much splatter, so I can hear you guys pretty well.
Where are you right now, Jeff?
I am in Carson City.
Are you running power? This is the Hermes, right?
Roger. Yep. I'm on the Hard Rock 50 that's boosting the ALS 600. So I'm putting out about 500 watts.
Did you? I didn't hear the conclusion to your Elecraft story. Did you end up digging a hole and burying it?
No, I'm just kind of suffering with it for the time being. It's lessened what it's been doing, and I'm not operating remote right now because I'm using the radio here at the apartment. But the next 3 weeks I will be out during the week working, so I will be using it a little bit more. Typically, I'm not running 100 watts too much anymore, so I just leave the amp on.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, well, you're about 10 over, 15 over, but then again, so is the lightning just about. Rough night, but good copy.
Yeah, you're running about 5 over here too. You sound great.
All right, I got to back out of here for just a couple minutes. If y'all are still on, I'll catch you in a bit. This is KN6TYF.
Hey, N6RRV, are your pull techs in line tonight?
Let me see here. Right now, I had them off for a while. For example, there is off right now. Everything's off. I'm just running straight Neumann into the Optimod right now. That's what I got going for the moment.
And the Aphex is off as well.
Yeah, it's Roger.
Wow, it actually sounds really good. Craig, are you on here?
Yeah, he sounds really good. I mean, I told Scott earlier when he shut everything off, man, it sounded really good.
Well, I guess, eBay and money in the bank.
Well, I don't know. What I hear and what you guys hear are two different things. I only can go with what you guys tell me because my ears are not that great. Oh, wait, one other thing I got to turn off. Okay, turned off the symmetrics there. So I'm running totally bare on the processing with the exception of the Optimod. That's the only thing I got going right now.
Ooh, boy, that changed the cut and the mud range.
Train. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I put that back in. Otherwise, shoot, I don't know, man. I mean, the preamp, I'm really liking the preamp. I got 6 tubes running on the preamp, so it gives it the nice warm body on the front end. And there you go.
Oh, maybe that's all the tubes you ever needed. And the other tubes and the other pull techs, somebody else can enjoy those more seriously.
Yeah, maybe. James, send me a recording from your end. I want to hear it on your end because John sent one, but just send me a recording in the email. I want to take a listen with nothing on right now. Just running with the boxer shorts, so to speak.
Well, I saved a clip, but it's going to be nasty. You got phase lines every 100 hertz going in candy cane formation. I got some junk guy next door at 195 bleeding over. So, not really good.
Yeah, well, whatever. We can try it some other time. I know 20 meters. Sean, it's funny how people can sound different on 40 meters than they do on 20 meters. Kind of interesting.
Well, you would sound more true on 20 and even truer on 10 meters.
Yeah, that's what I'm alluding to.
The frequency's higher.
I'm just going to leave it here for a while. What the heck? I might as well. And John took some recordings earlier, and it sounded pretty good. I was pretty happy with how it sounded, just running bare without external process. Well, I do. The Optimod's processing and split band compression and limiting. But other than that, I think for right now, microphone's doing its job.
I have to agree. What was that, Craig?
I was going to say, why do you think you guys sound better on the higher frequencies? Is it just because it's a higher frequency, or what causes that? Because I've never really noticed that before.
But you're using less and less of the sky, and because he's technically my neighbor down the other side of the freeway here, it becomes more and more direct, and you don't have these two out-of-phase signals causing this junk candy cane formation on my waterfall here.
Okay, so it's more of a ground wave thing. Is that why? Is that what happens there?
Yes, exactly right. So direct is more shorter. It's receiving, on your perception, it's coming in quicker than what's going up and then coming back down again.
That makes sense. Well, Scott, you sound real good, man. You're still 20 over 9 plus. Both you guys are. So, it's just tough to say. I know, James, you sound fuller on when you put your whatever the device was back online, but you still sounded really good without that. Just to let you know. So, honestly, man, I don't think very many people would be able to notice the difference there, except for the folks here on 199 for sure.
Well, that's who we come to play with, is you. We do this for you.
Roger that. Well, it is fun to play, and over time you train your ears to detect these changes. My ears are still untrained. I got to train them more, but it's amazing how you guys can detect these minute changes, and for me, it's still kind of tough for me to sometimes hear these changes that you guys are talking about.
If I had to guess, your phase rotator is turned off right now. Am I right?
It is turned off. Roger that. Yeah.
Can you try at 4?
Okay, my phase rotator is on right there. 11 stages. Should it be 4 stages?
Oh, wow, that's interesting at 11 actually. But try it at 8. Try it at 8.
Okay, phase rotator is on at 8 stages in 6 MED.
So this is just me, and I'm only one guy yet again, but I like that better on at 8, probably even 4, but maybe 8 than off, but that's only me.
Well, because I was told you only use a phase rotator on AM, but maybe it's because of our distance there, and I don't know, but that's cool. I'll leave it on.
There is a second order byproduct that happens. I will have a better means of presenting how that works. I was thinking about making a test and a video about it, but yeah, so far the phase rotation, leave it on.
Okay, and my frequency is at 338, whatever that means. Does that have to change?
Well, let's try it. Put it at, like, say, I don't know. Let's try the famous 160. Let's see what it's like at 160.
All right, N6MED at 160 frequency, 8 stages on the phase rotator.
Okay, there is one. That was an interesting effect. Slight difference in the low end. Try about 250.
N6MED 250 at frequency, 8 stages on the phase rotator.
Okay, and then go back to where you were. 330, was it?
Roger that. Yeah, let me see. 330. All right, N6MED at 330 on the frequency, still 8 stages.
So for your voice, it just so happens that 330 is where it's at. You do have quite a bit of energy coming in at about 90 hertz. I'm not sure what you're doing there, but if you had like a little bit, if you could bring that down just a touch, I think that'd be it.
Okay, are you talking about the TXEQ or the CFC? Because I have a boost. So I've got 55, 110. So maybe if I reduce the 110, would that maybe help?
I'll just try it just a little bit, not much, a little bit.
All right, so we're at 1 dB on the 110. There's 0 dB on the 110, and there is. Oh, this is fickle. Negative 1 dB on 110 and 6 MED.
Leave it at -1. I think that's better than how you started. But again, I'm just one data point. Maybe when John's back, he can opine.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. John made a comment earlier. He said when I was coming in stronger to him, he said I had a lot of lower end than I usually do, but I haven't made any changes. Anyway, that's what he said there in 6 MED.
Oh, yeah, that's great. You gave me a longer transmission. It's far more controlled. It's not as prevalent on the waterfall now. And it looks more even down there, so good job.
Okay, appreciate it, man. And this is all new to me, and I appreciate any help I can get.
What do you think about that N6R RV?
Well, Craig always sounds good to me. He sounds great with that. Whatever adjustment you make, go with it. It's a winner. You got butter zone going on right now, Craig.
I appreciate it, guys. It's really hard for me to monitor myself because of the latency here. I can't talk and listen at the same time. It screws me up. In fact, if I try, I'm going to try it right now. I have to focus really hard on what I'm trying to say, else it messes up my speech there. But I can kind of hear myself here, so it sounds pretty good. I appreciate the help there, James. Can listen at the same time. It screws me up. In fact, if I try, I'm going to try it right now. I have to.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah, on this end, even though I've got a little bit of phase rotation going on, it cleared up your audio, Craig, so it's not nearly as muddy sounding. It's got a little bit more articulation in it, even though it still is low, because your voice is naturally like that.
Yeah, I copy that. Yeah, I've never used a phase rotator. I was told to leave it shut off, so unless I'm talking on AM, so there you go.
Well, it plays a divergent role on AM as well, just in a little bit different way. But yeah, in your case here, the sound quality is being adjusted a slight bit in your favor by having it on.
Yeah,
good evening, everyone. WA7CCA and Big Bear.
Is it condition-based, or is it something that I can leave on all the time?
You leave it on all the time. And go again, Jeff?
I'm just saying I have mine on, and hello, Mark.
Yeah,
what was the last part? I'm sorry, lightning crash.
Craig, good evening.
Hey, Mark, good evening.
Yeah, we had a lot of QRN on 160 tonight. It was just crashes of 20 over. It was incredible.
Hey, Mark, James here. That's really bad.
Much better, man. I'm getting 15 over crashes right now.
Yeah, everybody's sounding real good. I just came in and caught the tail end of that, and good sounding signals tonight.
Hey, big boy, Mission Viejo here. You're sounding great, about 20 over. Don't know if he heard me. I don't see how not.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark heard you.
Yeah, good evening, Mark. KD6BIS and my old radio.
Oh, okay. I didn't know someone was speaking to me. Sorry. And hi, Alex.
Yeah, I guess you're a Big Bear. You're sounding good. And all the other stations there. Well, this old radio, I mean, it's only, 2.4 wide, so the low end just doesn't quite cut it here with with my speakers. But anyway, for you high fidelity guys, I'm sure it sounds great.
Oh, you're coming in good. No problem at all. You know, you always have a great signal here, Alex.
Yeah, so on the waterfall, is there any distortion? Do I have the processor up too high, or is the mic gain too high?
There's just too much interference tonight to really give you a very, very what do you call it? Accurate report. I wouldn't even want to, go there because of conditions right now, and the next door neighbor here on 7195 and down a bit.
Yeah, he's pretty loud. All right, well, thank you, and good hearing you. And I just decided to drop in. I don't have a lot to add with your technical abilities. But anyway, I just got off 15 meters there talking to Australia and New Zealand. So But the band wasn't that good, but copyable.
No, that's nice. Sounds like you had a great time, and sounds like it's some good DX in there still.
Yeah, 10 meters is pretty slow tonight, but I did hear, VK8 up there. He's up there in Darwin, and Con up over there in Perth, and I talked to a mobile there in Australia, so 10 meters is very slow, but I did hear some pretty good stations. The station up in Darwin, the VK8 stations, those are the hardest ones to get.
Yeah, okay. Copy on that for sure. So, well, real good. Anyhow, no pain, no strain here with your signal here tonight. And, yeah, just on a really quiet night on the band.
All right. See you later, Mark. All right. Thanks, guys, for letting me jump in here for a minute. KD6BIS over here by Santa Barbara.
Okay, well, yeah. We'll catch you around the corner.
Yeah, he was coming in really loud here. He's about 25 over into Orange County.
Route. Orange Peak, California, over.
Man, these lightning strikes are just killing me over here.
Yeah, I'm getting crushed. In fact, I'm going to pull the plug and go watch something. You all enjoy yourselves. Mark, you sound good. KF6YIJ. Good night, good night.
Okay, that's Scott, right?
No, that was James. This is Scott here.
Okay. So there's James and Scott. Okay. All right, James. Okay, real good. Sorry about that. Everybody ends up sounding similar, when when you've got the gusto going.
Yeah, roger that. All right, James, I'll talk to you later. By the way, James, before you go, I saw Alan Brown, and he had his new Corvette today. Unbelievable. Just seeing him in there is really quite a sight. Anyway, we'll talk later. Have a good night, KF6YIJ. I'm going to pull the plug, guys, N6RV in Mission Viejo, and I'm going to say good night. Bye-bye.
Hey, see you later, Scott, man. Have a good evening. Good hearing you on.
Yep, James Scott. We'll catch you guys later. K5 BLS Carson City.
Romeo Alpha. Wednesday. Radio check, over.
Damn, Jeff, that audio sounds amazing. You're booming in here, and the louder you get, the stronger, the better it sounds.
Well, I was kind of eating the microphone on that when I backed off a little bit. So anyway, well, very good. I'm very proud to have come up with such a winning combination here.
Yeah, let's just pray that Thetis doesn't act up on you and you lose all of that good audio because it's going to take you some time. But hopefully you'll back it up, man. Just back it up every day, and that way hopefully you can restore it if you need to.
I have manually copied down all the settings used for this profile on paper.
There you go. That's the way to do it. Nothing but old school.
Yeah, so far everybody has said that this setup is a winner, so I'm very, very happy.
Requesting a radio check, over.
Somebody out there wanting a radio check.
You wanted some Behringer tube, some tube preamp or something that you're going to put in line on the Thetis, is that right?
Yeah, let's catch the breaker real quick. Whoever was breaking in there, go ahead, and then I'll get back to this.
This is Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha Route. That's hitting from Orange Peak, California. Just saying hi. Thank you. Over.
Okay, Ralph. Well, not too strong here. I'm in Carson City, Nevada. You're about an S6 and mixing in with the lightning crashes, but good evening to you.
Good evening to you, too. I'm just running 100 watts with a vertical antenna. My transmission may not be too good, but I can hear you just fine. Thanks. Enjoying your direction earlier. Thank you. This is Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha standing by.
Yeah, you're sounding good down here in San Diego, the station out there, but I've got lightning strikes, but you're, see here, you're about an S8 into San Diego there, over.
Thank you very much. I read that. Appreciate that. 73 to you. I'll be monitoring for a while. This Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha monitoring. Over.
Where are you located?
I'm located in Walnut Creek, California, which is in Northern California. Over.
All right, Walnut Creek. All right, take care. K6RAA from KD6BIS. Alex over here in Santa Barbara. All right, have a good evening.
Yeah, Ralph, you're about 5 over up here in Big Bear City, Southern California. Whiskey Alpha 7, Charlie Alpha.
Well, thank you very much. 73 to all of you. I'll be monitoring for a while and appreciate the chatter. Take care of 73. This is Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha standing by. Over.
In Santa Barbara, huge signal, 25 over into San Diego, sounding good.
Yeah, here 30 over here. I don't have the attenuator on yet. Usually when the lightning strikes come up, I turn the attenuator on. But, yeah, just have the 75-meter delta loop running, I don't know, 250, maybe 300 watts, something like that.
Oh, yeah, it's working. I've just got a 40-meter loop running about 1,200 watts from San Diego.
Yeah, you're way up there. I hate giving signal reports. They're never very accurate, but because a lot of times I have the attenuator on in this band or on 75 meters, so. But it really doesn't matter. Yeah, I can hear just about everybody with the attenuator on. And,
wait 5 minutes, the signals will all change
you
anyway.
guys are always really loud. I got a question. So if I want to talk to New Australia on 40 meters, what's the best time?
Australia and New Zealand on 40 meters, believe it or not, it's around this time of the night, maybe 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, lower in the band, almost at the edge, kind of on the edge between extra and general portion there. There's a few stations that boom in pretty much every night. You can't hear them every night, that time on 40. Just so you know, I run Whisper. I do Whisper. And on 40 meters every night, once I've done talking here, I plug in my little Whisper device. It puts out 200 milliwatts, and I let it run every night. It beacons every like 4 minutes, and I get all around the world. But believe it or not, I get tons and tons of hits into Australia and New Zealand, and it pretty much starts around 10 o'clock, and it goes to about maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then it picks up again on gray line. So that kind of gives you an idea on 40 meters when you can actually talk to them. Because if they can hear me on 200 milliwatts, then they can definitely hear you, on a kilowatt.
Yeah, I'm running on, I'll be running, 300 watts or something. But I had to get up at 2 in the morning to make the contact with those guys on Sunday there. And I don't really like going to bed at 10 and then getting up at 2, so... But a gray line for Australia is probably around 5 o'clock, I would say, in the evening. And usually they like to get together around 7 o'clock their time, so that would be 2 o'clock our time. So it makes it kind of tough.
Yeah, but I guess my point is, even if you don't hear them on 40 at like this time of the night, I know the conditions are there because my whisper beaker can be heard. Now, it definitely gets better, obviously the later you go in that, but I don't know, man. It's the same with Africa and Arctica and some of those Japan and that. Every night, pretty much, those are like staples, right, on 40 meters. And it's not until you get into fall or winter do you start getting into Europe on 40 meters. For me, on my horizontal loop antenna, it's difficult to work Europe on 40 this time of the year. But obviously, when it gets a little bit into fall or winter, it'll become a little bit easier. And that's what I'm looking for. It's very difficult for me to work Europe on 40 meters, over.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I got I'm right up against San Ynez mountain range here, right below Montecito Peak, so that's about 3,000 feet. So that runs east and west, and the ocean runs east and west here. So little bit hard to get over the North Pole there. So then I have to go basically to the northeast or something there to get into Europe, at least on my 10 meters. But being a 75-meter delta loop, it's I don't have much choice there. But yeah, very good. Well, let's hope for better propagation on 10. And so, wow, Whisper, huh? You know, I'm not a digital guy whatsoever. I know all you guys are, but no, I'm just a general class. So I can't get to below 178 or something there. So a little bit limited, and then the broadcast comes in above about where we're at, or a little bit lower. So very limited for me. I mean, that's my problem, being a general.
Oh, I'm a general too. So yeah, don't let that hinder you. But my point is, though, you know, 10, 15, 20 meters, 17 meters, those are not as challenging to work DX. When you get into 40 meters, that's where it gets more challenging. That's kind of what I like to do, is the challenge of when conditions are right, working DX on 40 meters is pretty nice. Because not too many people are dedicated enough to make that happen, you know, because it is a challenge. It doesn't happen too easily. On 20, it's really easy to get into Europe, no problem. But on 40 and 75, it takes more work.
Oh yeah. And then you got the static crashes, and this antenna really picks us up quite well into Arizona and Florida. It's really noisy on to Arizona and to Florida. So anyway, and probably a lot of places in between. All right, well, who am I speaking with? I guess I better write it down.
Oh, no problem. Yes, N6 MUD, N6 MUD. I've spoken to you a couple times here. Maybe not on this frequency, but and the name is Craig, and I'm down here in San Diego.
All right, Craig. Well, what's the furthest you get on 75 meters?
Oh, I don't do 75. I used to do 75 years ago. But I don't have an antenna for 75. I do 60 meters once in a while. 60 meters is as low as I go. Channel 5 on 60 is a DX channel, and I'm not sure if you do much of that, but if you do, Channel 5 is interesting. You don't hear much. It's kind of like 6 meters. You don't hear too much activity, but when you do hear it, it's pretty nice, and it's kind of challenging, you know, because it doesn't happen all the time. But working DX on 60 sure is nice.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great band. Unfortunately, this radio doesn't do it, and somebody gave me an ICOM 9100. I guess I should put that in. That does I think everything. So I'll have to change radios there. I just like this radio. It's so easy for someone like me. Okay, well, I get back to the East Coast pretty easy on 75. So, but I haven't heard Europe. I guess New Zealand's I've talked to New Zealand on 75 before, but I can't remember. The guy came back and told me, yeah, we worked all bands, so. But anyway. All right, Craig, very good. N6, MED, KD, 6, BIS. Thanks for the info and tying up the channel a little bit. I always have something to learn from everybody.
Hey, no problem. And if you've worked New Zealand on 75, then that's awesome. Not many people have done that, so congratulations on that. All right. Have a good evening out there. Stop by anytime. N6 MUD, San Diego.
Yeah, great hearing you, Alex. WA7CCA, Big Bear.
Kilo Echo 7, Whiskey Bravo.
Hey, Alex? Yeah, who's that?
This is Brian, Kilo Echo 7, Whiskey Bravo. Thought I'd jump in there and say hi and see if I can do the signal report here.
Okay, hold on a second, signal report. All right, Mitch. I forget, where are you, Mitch?
I'm not currently up in Nevada. Hey, go ahead and get that radio checked. I'll be around. I got a schedule at 9:45 on 7250. I'll get back to that. Good to hear you, buddy.
All right, good to hear that, Mitch. Take care. And the other station, I guess, wanted a radio check. I never asked for one, but I hear you.
Oh, okay, great. I'm just checking out an amplifier that I recently got, and wanted to make sure. Thought I was getting some RFI earlier, but wondering how the audio sounds.
Sounds okay, readable. I'm not the expert, so you have to ask Craig or Mark or somebody. You got a good signal report, but not real loud. Let's see. How about you, Mark? How are you copying that other station wanting a radio check?
Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit of fuzz in the audio, so you may have some RF in there, but I've been playing with my noise reduction, and that can add some artifact there. What about you, Craig?
Yeah, the station out there wanting a radio check. You're about S8 to S9 into San Diego. Let me turn up my volume a little bit louder. I think I hear RF, but give me some more audio there, and I'll take a real careful listen here and see if I can detect any RF.
Okay, thank you very much, Craig. Call here is Kilo Echo 7 Whiskey Bravo. I'm running an IC7300 into a NL80 amplifier.
Oh yeah, I'm hearing it.
Peaking out at about 650 watts.
Okay, yeah, there's definitely some RF in there. Do me a favor. Can you try and turn off your amplifier? I want to see if I can still hear you, and I want to see then if the RF goes away.
Okay, hold on a second here.
KF7Q9.
Okay, amplifier's off. Running. I turned it up to 100 watts here.
Yeah, it's much cleaner.
Okay, looks like I got some work to do then. And it seems to be okay on the higher band. I must have some sort of data cable running all over the place, so you never know about stuff. But okay, thank you very much. I won't hold it. I'll let you guys get back to it there. Thank you very much.
All right, yeah, definitely take a look at that, the amplifier. You're getting some RF in the shack there. And good evening, Ray.
Oh, yeah, I decided to jump back in here. Anyway, I'm not tired yet. Anyway, had a great dinner. Anyway, go ahead.
Wangle Ray.
Oh, why not?
You're such a wangler.
Am I?
You know, you like the wankles. Mr. Wankle.
Oh, you're talking about the rotary engine, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know all about those. I've been rebuilt. When I was a kid, I rebuilt them like crazy when I was younger.
I had a lot of interest in those, but never had one.
So you know what apex seals are, huh?
Oh, yeah, I know all about that. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy, aspects on that type of motor.
Yeah, I had an RX-4. I loved it.
Yeah, I had the RX-100. I had the RX-2, the RX-3, the RX. I didn't have an RX-4, but I had the 13Bs. I still have an RX-7 with a 6-port with a huge 650 double pumper on it.
Yeah, mine was a 74 RX-4. It was a fun vehicle.
Was that a hatchback?
Negative.
Okay, was it green?
No, it was silver with black racing stripes.
We used to race with a Fiat 124 and the RX-4. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, they didn't make a lot of them, but I had one, and I, drove it up when I moved to Denver, and I had it parked on Lincoln Avenue in downtown Denver, and somebody came along and sideswiped it.
Yeah, lightweight, little motor, 80 cc's, I guess if you had a 13B or 12A, whatever. But yeah, I always ran the 13Bs and, ported them out, and they were screamers.
Yeah, we had a fun trip up to the northwest in an RX-3, a nice bright yellow one, and boy, that thing, we had an old HF radio in there too, my friend and I. I think we had a Kenwood radio. with a Hustler antenna on the back of it. This was, man, this was back in the 70s.
Well, you know, it was when the gas was getting expensive, and I used to have an old Pontiac with a big 350 unit, and I had a guy in a little RX 100. Kicked my ass, through the hills, because I couldn't handle, the car wouldn't handle that good, big heavy V8 and so, but he had a little tiny rotary car. It was like a go-kart. He had that set up as a go-kart. He just took off, and I'm like, I'm going to get one of those.
Yeah, the biggest complaint I had is that tires never lasted very long on those vehicles.
Oh, yeah, the rear tires, yeah, you'd burn them off.
I heard someone in there said they had the Datsun 510. Oh, I guess not. They were pretty popular for a while. Put that VRE engine stuff on there. They used to race pretty good.
The Triple S?
I don't know. My first car I was driving was a Datsun 510 wagon. I kind of like to have that thing now, but I doubt you could ever find one.
Well, the Datsun, they had like a Hemi head, and it was really fast.
Yeah, they used to race them up in Laguna Seca there back in the day.
Excuse me, can I break in for a radio check? KA1, Mike Uniform, Quebec.
Okay, what was it, KA1 something Quebec?
Yes, KA1, Mike Uniform, Quebec. It's a homebrew rig, so I'm expecting any kind of report.
All right, well, you're coming through into Santa Barbara, not very loud though. Anyway, I don't know where you're located. My name's Alex.
Yeah, I'm a new operator here. Obviously, I was an operator in the 80s, but re-licensed again just recently. And my PE is up to Davis, California.
Okay, Davis there. Okay. All right, well, there's a group here, so I'm not going to hold it, but maybe you get a check from somebody else. I don't do very good on giving people radio checks, so anyway, but I hear you. And 73 is from KD6 BIS.
73, KA1, Mike Uniform, Quebec.
Yeah, it sounds to me like you're getting some RF into your audio there, the one station, K5 BLS, Carson City, Nevada.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you still there, Craig?
Thanks, yeah. RF in the mic entirely possible. Run a couple of decoupling capacitors on it, but still on my battle. Thank you.
Okay, no sweat, just letting you know.
Yeah, you might want to.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm gonna be listening remotely here. I gotta take care of some stuff, but I'll be back in about 10 minutes, so 15 minutes. And 6 MED.
See you later, Craig.
Yeah, but I think.
Man, there's one person who's always out here. He's always loud, and he's always up in Oregon, always making a lot of noise. Who could that be?
Yeah, but I think.
Anyway, good evening, Ray.
Oh, are you talking about me?
Well, you're not hitting 40 over, but you're getting pretty close.
Oh, okay. Well, oh, wow. Is the band that good? Okay.
No, you're 20 over here in Carson.
Yeah, 25 over here in Big Bear.
Yeah, so the band is primo.
Oh, yeah, it's doing really well this evening.
I just hate to double with people. I tend to do that.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Yeah, but. Well, so So, like, when everybody has all these great signals, like all of you guys here, every one of you guys are 20 plus. I mean, I'm not in front of the radio, but I can hear it in my ear here. So, anyway, you guys sound really good. Yeah, but I bet.
I'm not an audiophile, so you can count me out.
Yeah, but I bet you.
All right, time for the attenuator.
Tell you what, I had the best stir fry tonight. It was so good.
If there's a way to attenuate the signals.
Yeah, but I bet you.
There's somebody way out there?
It's that other station, QR Nancy.
Oh, okay.
I think everybody's running power here, right?
You know me. About 300 is the best I can do. Maybe 400.
Really?
I'm a 12-volt station over here.
Didn't Russ rebuild that Henry amp for you that's really cool that can do, like, I don't know, 900 or 800 watts?
Yeah, it's got what is it, 8874s in it? Yeah, I should do that, but I do a lot of band hopping, and I do a lot of the work band, so it's not going to help me.
Okay, you want to sell it?
Not unless you buy the radio that goes with it.
What do you mean? It's just an amplifier.
Yeah, but I got the matching radio.
Which is, what is it?
What is that thing? I think Yaesu made them originally. It's a 1. What is that thing? Let's go look at the amp, see what is that amp anyway? It's made by Henry, but they call it something else, a 2001?
It's not a 101.
2001.
No, that radio is obsolete. Like this radio is totally obsolete.
Well, what kind of radio is that?
What, mine?
Yeah.
Oh, this is an old FT1, not a 1. No, this is an FT980 is what I'm running.
And I got the FT90.
No, but I did some crazy alignments on this radio to make it hopefully sound better.
Oh, 990. Sorry, it sounds great, Gray. I like the sound of that one.
You know, I did the best I could. You know, I mean, I'm not a total, high-end tech. You know, I don't have the high-end tech equipment to do it really well, but I did the best I could.
Yeah, you were hitting 30 over there at a time there, Ray.
Yeah, you're doing the same thing, Mark. There's definitely, the band is really good. It's working great. It's great antennas is what it is.
Well, I think we're all at the right distance from each other, too. You know, it's a little bit long still.
Yeah, you're sounding really good there in Carson.
Thank you on my whopping $60 microphone.
Yeah, it's amazing the things you can improvise and make sound like people scratch their head, you know.
Oh yeah, and I owe it all really to Thetis because the EQ and then the CFC in there really makes a big difference.
Well, this is a microphone that comes with a radio, MD1, K86BIS.
You know, when I first got this radio, it really had, well, I'm sorry, I'm in an echo room here, but, when I first got this radio, it sounded really dry and really crappy and really, I don't know, it didn't have a good sound to it, and so I went through a critical alignment, and I'll tell you what, it helped out.
Yeah, well, I've gotten brand new radios right out of the factory that weren't really properly tuned, at least not, according to my standard. I would see that the IFs would be, they didn't take their time and flatten them out.
Well, right. They kind of rough them in, they're on an assembly line, and, depending on the serial number, they were going real fast, and so, they were roughing them out. And so, I noticed like this radio, the finals the bias on the finals were just nothing. They didn't even adjust it. They were down to the bottom. And so I'm like, what? So anyway, that was the biggest thing on this radio.
I can't tell you how many times we've done test and tunes at some of the ham meetings, and I bring the service monitor in, and how many of these 2-meter 440 rigs are over deviated. They're like 6, 7, 8, 10K wide. If you yell into the microphone, it's crazy.
Yeah, and not only that, if you're running some of the repeater radios that over deviates and they squelch out.
Oh yeah, they just clip right out of the filtering. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there are people on. It took a month to figure out they were over deviating, and it was just squelching out the receiver, and you couldn't even understand what they were saying because you were losing half of it.
Well, it's like, there's a voltage, I forget what it is, on the IF that drives, the rest of the radio. It was a mile off. It was way too hot, and so I dialed it in to whatever it was supposed to be, and so I did that with a couple of other Kenwood radios, and the same way. And so there are definitely you gotta align these damn things to where they're supposed to be, other than what the factory sells you. The factory doesn't do crap.
Yeah, it's just amazing how many maladjusted radios are shipped.
Yeah, there's a guy that's on 75 meters that I talk to every once in a while, and he just got one of the new K4s, the new Elecraft radios, and the thing's just a couple hertz off, and there's nothing he can do. There's no readjustment to it. It'd have to go back to them to be recalibrated.
Oh, no kidding! Didn't know that. So you can't adjust the local oscillator, huh?
Well, we'll put it this way. Not that we have found. I haven't poked into it, but he hasn't been able to find anything. He just got it recently, so maybe eventually he'll find it. But I mean, even on the Flex, you can go in there and do a recalibration of the thing if it's a little bit off frequency to get it going. And the Hermes and not the Flex, the Anans are the same way.
I think there's a menu item, if I recall, on the K4 where you can go in there and net in the frequency. I think it's in the menu somewhere in there.
Okay, well, I'll have to mention that to him to poke in there and see. Read the manual.
Well, it's in the menu. I don't think it's in the manual because the manual is pretty minimal. It's just like, what's this, But it's nice and colorful and very large. You can tell who the clientele are. But I have one right here in front of me, and I think I did see where you could... there's a sub-menu within the menu that you unlock, and then you can go in there, and I think you can net it right on frequency.
Interesting. Okay. What have you found, if you've had any chance to play with that at all? Like what features have drawn you to the K4, or any goods, bads, or indifference that you found with that particular unit?
Well, yeah. Well, I had a nice radio here that I built, modified. It was a Kenwood a 950 SDX, and I went through it all, and I used a lot of the same things that Mike did on that radio, and I was real happy with it. But the thing is, the problem is, with that old radio, there's a universal carrier shift point, so you can never get the filters switching properly. You're always going to, kill the low or the high depending on how you have it adjusted. And, when you want to run it at 5 kilohertz, it's actually runs at 4 kilohertz. You run it at 6, it runs at 5, and it's really kind of wacky how that whole thing is. But that's the way it is, and that's how that's well known. Anyway, I decided I got kind of tired of that and wanted something a little better, so I ordered a K4 and waited a year to get it. And when I got it, it was very clean, and I knew it was only going to go out to, I think, 4K or 4.5K in TX, but I wasn't prepared for the low frequency not to go below 200 hertz. And if you could believe that, that's how they ship those things with the original firmware or software at 200. And then maybe it went to 100, but you just couldn't make a ESB transmission because the low end was cut, and it's still that way today. Although they did improve it a bit and gave you up to 20 dB of gain at 100 hertz for TX, but it's still, as everybody knows, 100 hertz for ESSB doesn't cut it. So other than that, I have really very little complaint about the transceiver. It's very well made, as you would expect, and reliable, and it's a good radio.
Okay, well, the Apache-Labs is not known for ESSB operation. It's it's a DX radio. A lot of the guys use those things on DXpeditions and club stations and stuff like that. They've always been noted for their great receivers and such. So anyway, okay. I was just curious if there had been any major improvements that were noteworthy on the K4. Everybody raved about the K3 and was waiting for the K4 with the pan adapter and et cetera, et cetera. So I was just curious. I appreciate your input on there because I hadn't heard or really talked to anybody that was more in depth and familiar with the unit itself. K5 BLS Carson's hit.
40 over.
Yeah, well, it's just like everything else. You're going to find things with these radios. And, you would, assume, you're waiting for this really prized radio and, it's going to open up to 4.5 because they said it would, right? But you would expect it would go down to what every other transceiver on the market goes down to. Even a Kenwood TS 590 SG, it will go down to 0 or 1 or whatever on the low. But I never expected to have the cutoff so high. It still is a big disappointment.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Christ, even on the ICOM 7300, you can at least get down to 100, and if you push it really hard with an EQ or going in digital through the back of the radio, you can actually get a little bit more out of that and take it down past 100 hertz. Not much, but some. Anyway. Yeah, again, those radios are really targeted towards the DX contester crowd, and that's typically their cutoff. They want the mid-range punch and the little bit of high-end cut to, perceptibly they think that cuppy sound is the best DX mode when I can call Bravo Sugar on that one. I've had a lot better contacts with people saying that my audio punched through with having just a little bit wider audio than the typical guy with the paper tube microphone element. Anyway, okay, again, appreciate it. I'll stand by, see if anybody else wants to hop in here. And Ray, you're booming in here too, by the way.
Well, have you consulted with John about running different software on, not the typical software that you would run from the factory? I kind of agree with him on that. It's like you can get better performance with, running a different software to run it. Not let's say if you have an ICOM radio and you're running an SDR ICOM radio and you decide to run third-party software, you can get better performance.
Yeah, again, not my rig, not my deal. I have no interest in the K series from Elecraft. Their amplifier that I have in my shack is very nice with the auto tuner built into it. It works great, and that's about all I'm interested in with the Elecraft line.
Right. No, I totally get that. Yeah. I know. I'm no one to speak. I'm running this pinched old radio, so anyway, I'll stand by.
Well, in any case, I've had the Hermes here for just a few weeks now, and playing around with Thetis, and there's so much in here that you can get lost in and play around with. But overall, I really am impressed with this. Going from the Flex to this radio, I cannot believe the difference. The reception quality, in particular, the audio quality transmitted, of course, is superior to the Flex. With all the inboard processing and such, but anyway, it's really interesting how far we're coming along with stuff and being able to really utilize good DSP and the processing power with PCs on these tiny little circuit board radios. It's incredible. Something that's almost the size of an HT for HF. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and you got it dialed in very nicely, Jeff.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate the flower.
No, you got it perfect. You're super loud here. I would say you're 20 plus or whatever, and your audio is like super clean. It's like a studio.
Yeah, well, that's again, I say it's really incredible. What can be accomplished with the internal processing that's available in Thetis.
So are you using that alone?
I'm sorry, Mark, am I using what?
Yeah, you're just using the internal processing without anything, you don't have any other audio chain pumping into it?
No, the only, if you will, external that I have is I do have a mic pre because the microphone being a dynamic, it's very quiet. It's very reminiscent of the SM7 where you need a little bump. And I'm going into the stock sound card on an HP Elite desktop and then going into Thetis. So all the processing that I'm doing with the pre, post, and CFC and leveler is all internal to the software.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, we're running an external processor with a tube preamp, and then it goes, it's part of a system, AFEX 230, and that runs into a external audio card, and that goes into the computer, and then I have all the post audio all done through Thetis.
Right, and that's currently what I'm running because that's what I had in my previous rack was the AFX 230. But right now I don't have the compressor enabled. I'm only using the downward expander and the mic preamp. That's it. Nothing else.
Okay, yeah, roger that. So, anyway, it's sounding good, and I haven't even listened to how I sound. I set this thing up a couple months ago, and I haven't touched the knob, so maybe something has changed, I don't know, but it looks okay, and I get good reports, so I don't touch it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, is the cliche, right?
Well, let's see if I can do this here.
It looks okay, and I get good reports, so I don't touch it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, is the cliche, right?
Yeah, Mark, you don't anywhere sound like that. No, Mark, you're running tube audio. Okay, so what's going on when you got a tube preamp is you got capacitance coupling, right? And so you won't never ever get any kind of RF.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you're right. Everything is balanced. This is a dynamic balanced mic used for electronic news gathering. So that runs into the directly into the input of the processor.
Right. So are you running like a 12AX7, like a 1 volt, output on that?
Yeah, I think that's what it is, yes.
Right, and so, I built preamps for hi-fi audio stuff, anyway, I just mess around, play around. Anyway, but, it sounds really damn good.
Yeah, didn't spend a whole heck of a lot of time playing around with it all.
I think it's cold cathode 12.
You can make a career at tweaking, right?
That was a killer double. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm just saying that, you can just sit there around, tweak it in here and, look at this, look at that. And anyway, you could probably make it sound different. You're not going to make it, it's not going to really matter all that much, whether it sounds this way or that way. I don't think. It depends on, the loudspeaker. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to mention this to you, Jeff, that one of the best monitoring speakers is the matching speaker for the K4. It's that Elecraft SP4. That is just a, true blue, wonderful sounding communications loudspeaker.
Okay, interesting. And what I had said was that, I think it's a cold cathode 12AX7 that's inside the preamp. The one that I'm using, I actually had some very strange archives going on when I first got this thing, because I've got the same 230 my home station in Fallon that I use with the Flex, and that one seemed to work okay. But this one had some very strange archives in the audio when I got it, and I ended up replacing the tube, and it all went away. And of course, the gain got a little bit better too, so the tube was definitely worn out. But that's the only reason that I know that it's a 12AX7 because I've actually had to replace this one.
You tube roller, you.
Yeah. And the artifacts that you're hearing in those tubes, you could, the 12AX7, I used to remember the good brands of those. I think I had a good GE, and I think I had a good Mullard that I played around with years ago. Some of the RCAs and some of the other ones are just garbage.
So what are you running now?
Dennis. It had a strange, not quite a squeal, but it was a high pitch tonality to it. It really didn't sound good on when you went past a certain level on the volume control. It just became really pronounced. So I said, well, all I can do is change the tube. We'll see if that does it, and that's what ended up fixing everything. And go ahead, Dennis. K5 BLS.
Just saying hello, radio, KB6GFD. And I was reading somewhere, apparently they may have different sizes of the plates. The tube is taller, smaller, or shorter. And somewhat, some may be better for vocal frequencies and some may be better for musical frequencies. So maybe you just needed to sing with that tube.
Well, I've heard bigger is better, but I think it's all in the way that you use it.
All right, anyway, I'm listening for a moment. KB6GFD. Am I running a 12AX7 now?
Yeah, well, I have a Behringer tube preamp on order, just so that I can get rid of all the rack gear if I need to. And see if that one works out okay to bump the volume level into the PC. And that one has a limiter, it doesn't have a compressor on it, but at least it still has the tube in there to kind of warm up the audio before it hits the digital side of stuff. So we'll see how that works out next week.
AN6 TYF DX.
I've got the Pro VLA. It's got a tube in it. I can hook that up. Anyway, and hello to, I think, Mark and Craig and whoever else is out there.
Is that you, Dennis?
This is the basic Dennis. Over.
Okay. Yeah, good evening there to you. And, yeah, we're doing okay here in Big Bear City, and I guess you're doing okay there. I guess you're up in Fresno, right?
Yeah, it's the Hungry Bear, or whatever they call it.
All right, real cool.
KN6 TYF.
Yeah, Dennis, good signal up here into Oregon, KF7QNI.
It's that time, and there is the John who has reduced his weight a little bit.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to fit into this dress.
And I forgot to wish you happy birthday the other day.
Oh yeah, thanks. I was listening from afar. As we do sometimes. And Jeff, yes, I agree. Real audio punches through. Don't be a me too. Over. Well, I guess we lost Jeff, but hello Ray, hello Dennis, and hello Mark.
Howdy, howdy.
Yeah, sorry, I had to run off to the little boy's room.
Oh, it's okay. You missed the shenanigans. I was just saying, good audio works quite well when you're talking long haul, actually. As long as the bass isn't too much, it works great.
So like the little pinchy radios like mine?
I mean, yours isn't really pinchy, man.
Really? Okay, I thought it was. It sound, compared to you guys that are, 8K wide, soul radio, it seems to make me, I don't know.
Yeah, but this is pinchy. Like, you don't sound like this,
Okay, well, that's good.
That's net control audio there.
People who just can't project normally in their voice very well, even in a crowded room, they're going to have trouble no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of DX, 20 meters. Wow. Yesterday I worked Fiji, had a rag chew with South Africa. It was great.
That was a terrible double.
John, when you pinched it up like that, you were super freaking loud.
Oh, yeah. I bet.
Well, and here's the same audio profile, Ray. All I did was just narrow up the audio. So now I'm at 3K and I'm rolling off the lows at 130 hertz.
Oh, yeah, your audio dropped.
A lot of people are listening at 2.4. And so they're not even hearing all that stuff.
Yeah, that is very true.
Makes me a little sad.
Well, how I in the past have adjusted my audio was through various receiving bandwidths. So I would take my occupied bandwidth and try to make a common denominator out of it. So it sounds good from about, 2.8 up through about 4. And then I knew, I would get no complaint.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mid-band Q is nice and punchy.
No complaints up here, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have it this adjusted, but with other systems that I had been playing with, that's what I would do, and then I would know, what give me a good idea. And that's what it was just clarity and talk power. That was it. But I wanted to make it good sounding in all those different receive bandwidths.
And there's some ESSB station at 7203 is like crossing over.
Yeah, he's a cross-dresser.
Oh.
You think about it, you guys with adjustable bandwidth. I mean, when the band starts stretching out, you guys have the killer ability to, thin it out a little bit and make it work.
Good. That's just good operating practice,
Well, that's dynamic. I mean, you guys have the dynamic. I mean, you guys can go from, fat to wide to thin, whatever.
You gotta get a radio with a pan adapter so you can see how these signals look.
Yeah, Ray, what happens is that first radio you had just had a pan, just had the adapter, and it's not the same.
Oh no, I have the capability. I can look at stuff. But yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
No, John can send you his call sign on the waterfall.
Yep.
The graphics subchannel is something to behold.
There's a couple of ways of doing that, John. Isn't there, like FL Digi and through a audio app?
Yeah. There's a couple. But you got to put them together to get the best result.
Mark, there are actually some people who can manipulate their voice and do the same thing. It's like as those jazz musicians that do the circular breathing. There are some armature radio operators that can do wee.
Yeah, it's like Finding Nemo.
Yeah, I could understand that. You're off to the side now.
And there it is.
Love that one.
Now you need to change the colors.
Oh, colors are on you, my friend.
Well, no, I mean, it's the amplitude, right?
Yeah. That's true. I mean, I do control the amplitude on some of them. Let me see if I could find one that does.
Yeah, you can have altering amplitudes, so every other character is a different look.
Yeah, it's hard because it really depends on both transmitted and received, conditions.
You got to start off with probably 25 kW and then work your way down.
All right, here goes.
That's kind of like a cross between a Homer and something else.
Yeah, it is a frog. His name is Pepe.
So did you have to do the white outlines and all that?
Yeah. Trying to... I mean, you got to optimize for exactly how it's going to come through too, right? And sometimes it works better with an inverted background, sometimes not. Sometimes you need just what you said, like a bright outline. Lots of variations here.
That one that John did for me with that little graphic I built for my call sign that I use on QRZ came out really good.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Even the skull in there actually has some detail in it.
I have a basic question, John, about Thetis.
This is the basic answer frequency.
Okay. How do I switch between VFO and VFO-A and VFO-B?
You click multi-RX at the bottom.
It's like a button.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now.
It's underneath the noise blankers and stuff.
Yeah, I see it now. So that will toggle?
Yeah, that turns VFO-B on, and then you can put it wherever you want, and then if you want to transmit on VFO-B, you hit TX just on VFO-B.
Okay, can I just set it up so I could just hit the multi RX, is it? And then, everything will just follow?
What do you mean?
Okay, I want to, let's say, you were, on what, 7200 when you were sending, all that, visual information. You didn't change your frequency to do that, did you?
No, I just went upper sideband. So one of the things with the dual VFOs is in Thetis, they have to be the same mode and same bandwidth.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, let's say I want to have this frequency, and want to have it on 7250, just as an example. Can I just click one button and be there with the same everything?
Oh yeah. So if you set VFO-B to 7250 and then click multi-RX, then that'll allow you to listen to both simultaneously. And then the other thing you can do is you can just put VFO-B on 7250 without multi-RX. And then if you just want to change, if you want to swap A to B, there's a button to do that. And that's right above the XIT button next to the RIT.
Yeah, I got that part, but I was having a hard time I just wanted to go from point A to point B with the same parameters and everything.
Yeah, everything's the same. So just once you have multi-RX on, if you right-click on the pan adapter twice, then you should be able to click and put the second VFO wherever you want.
Okay, I'll practice on that. I couldn't quite get that down, but thanks for explaining that. We'll try it out.
Yeah, it's a good feature. I use it quite often. Sometimes I'll put VFO-A in the left ear and VFO-B in the right or something like that.
Yeah, because I'm usually, I have a band where there's, I like to listen to the CW, and then I don't want to miss anything happening when they QSY over for, our chat on SSB.
Yeah. So that'll work. The multi-RX will work for that. The only thing is that if you want to hear them simultaneously, they need to be within your receiver sample rate. So if your sample rate is, or you can see 768K at a time, then you'd want to keep it within that.
Okay, and the sample rate is which sample rate are you referring to?
That's under setup, and then general, and then firmware set. You'll see RX1 sample rate.
You know, John, you're a very patient individual.
Well, I have to be.
Yeah, I told you.
I blame my work.
And then what?
Setup general, and then F/W set.
Okay, and yeah, I'm set on 19.2 on both.
Okay, so that means the maximum amount of resolution you'll see is 192 kilohertz.
Yeah, okay, that should be enough, huh?
Yeah, I like 768 personally, but that's a very personal thing. I think you can pretty much run it wherever you want.
Yeah, there's only 3 choices on mine: 48, 96, and 19.2.
Oh, you're still on Protocol 1.
I am. Is that bad?
It's not bad, but Protocol 2's around. I mean, that'll get you a gigabit Ethernet and faster resolution, more bandwidth, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so that requires flashing the firmware?
Yeah, it does. We can kind of go into that another time, maybe.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is still Protocol 1. That's how it was shipped, and yeah, it's relatively new radio, so I don't know why they didn't, send it out with the latest.
Well, it's a it's a patching, man. That's just how it is. I think they're still shipping things with Protocol 1 unless it's a G2. I think the G2s come with Protocol 2 just by default.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can look into that, and if I get find some time to do it, because once you do that, then one thing leads to the next, right?
Absolutely.
I thought so.
I think going to Protocol 2, it's actually not that hard, but yeah, there's kind of a couple things to figure there, so.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll put that on the back burner, I guess, for now.
Yeah, here. Cool.
Yeah, Mark, you're 20, 40 over or whatever it is.
Oh, the band is kind of trying to figure out shorter or longer, right?
Oh yeah, I mean you are smacking it up here big time. You're full quieting, you might say.
Yeah, I think the band is pretty, it's trying to find a sweet spot, but it can't seem to do it.
And in 5 minutes, we'll have to relay for you.
Yeah, like in 5 minutes, Fresno will be sounding like and I will be sounding like in the bottom of a garbage can, right?
Yeah, it's going along, Mark. I'm seeing you fade there. N6 MUD.
Speak of the devil. There's Craig. Craig, the DX station.
Man, isn't that crazy how you go from 20 over 9 to S9 just like that?
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? It'll change.
Craig, I thought I had a great vanity code. The one you have is perfect, but it was going to be K1 Whiskey India, but somebody's already got it.
K1WI, huh?
Yeah, somebody already took it, so you have to stick with mud, but mud is good.
That's a good
Yeah, well, mud is because of my Land Cruiser and my vanity plates on my Land Cruiser. It works real good, but then when you actually work DX on Jeff, it gets people's attention.
And nothing personal, right?
Yeah, roger that.
That's a good idea for a vanity.
Well, the band's going on. I can't hear John anymore.
Quick.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm almost 40 over in Utah.
Yeah, but it's dipping very quickly.
John, do you realize you caused some havoc tonight?
As a professional havoc maker, no.
There was like these two students, their electronics instructor told them about the SDR and, was talking about radio waves. And so they're texting back and forth and saying, yeah, let's do that SRD thing. And so they brought this stuff up on the computer. And the guy is like, yeah, I can see the lines. I can see the little colored lines. And then the other guy's going like, OMG. I just saw a frog, a big green frog. The other guy's like, dude, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, I need some of what you're having, I think is the phrase.
And then they're going to go back in class tomorrow. And they're gonna say, there was this frog. I swear to you, there was this frog.
Right. Well,
just like that, Mother Nature has flipped the switch, so I think I'm going to do the same thing here, guys. Have a great evening, everybody. We'll catch you tomorrow evening, K5 BLS Carson City.
Hey, Jeff, you're 20 over, man. Have a good evening in 6MED.
Yeah, see ya, Jeff. KN6TYF. That's the wonderful, wacky world of radio.
Take it easy, Jeff. WA7CCA, Big Bear.
Yeah, 73 Jim. Jeff's off the cliff. John's off the cliff. ABC curious.
The band is definitely going long. KF7QNI, Oregon.
Meanwhile, Ray, you're 20 over.
Yeah, see, the band is going kind of long.
Yeah, and Dennis is 15 over.
Dennis is loud.
Yeah, you say that now.
No, you're loud, brother.
Just wait till I get down to the radio.
God, on said other radio, you're going to be ear splitting.
Yeah, well, Dennis is in a great location. I think Arizona's a great state. I think he's in a great location.
No. He's in Fresno.
No. The other Dennis.
Oh.
It's the ever popular Dennis.
All right. Well, anyway, maybe I got it wrong.
Well, I'm looking forward to that new portable, that little handheld battery-powered HF radio. That should be kind of interesting.
Yeah, that'll be great for you to investigate your noises, right? John, you could hook an antenna onto that and walk around and do some analysis.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I've needed, because I've got this spectrum analyzer, but it's a little bit slow and it doesn't really have a waterfall. So I think this will be awesome.
Which one are you looking at?
The Xiegu X6100.
He's already pulled the trigger, right, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would be kind of cool to hook up to that walk-around national RF DFing loop.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I got the loops and I tried it on the spectrum analyzer and it works okay, but I think having an actual radio is going to be the ticket.
Yeah, because you got battery life, on the spectrum analyzer to consider, and then, of course, you don't want to damage it, walking around. It's, too much of a sensitive and expensive instrument to I think, for that kind of a deal.
Yeah, yep, it's true.
So yeah, I mean, something that's lightweight and portable, and if you drop it, it will still survive, and if it broke, it wouldn't be that big of a loss as the ticket.
Yeah, I do have that portable one. It's called the Tiny SA Ultra. It's like $130, and it'll do up to 6. Well, it'll do 6 gigahertz, like calibrated, and a little bit less calibrated up to 8 gig. And it's got a built-in LNA, like a 20 dB LNA, and then a 31 dB step attenuator. And, for portable use, it's great. It's just a little bit slow.
Yeah, I like to also hear the signal when I'm walking around. So that's a little problematic, with the Anritsu that I have, because the audio output level is really low. They don't give you a lot of, amp there, to drive headphones or anything.
Yeah. The Tiny's kind of the same way. I mean, it's got an AM output, but it's not very loud. So I think the radio is going to be perfect.
So it's a Xiegu, Zigu X6100?
Close. It's Xiegu, which is Xiegu. And then the model is the X6100.
Okay, got it. Okay. X, okay. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah, we'll take a look at that, see what that is. Yeah, I guess you could go out and get an Elecraft.
Oh, yeah. Spend buku bucks on a KX2 or KX3 that doesn't have a band adapter.
POS.
Yeah, go ahead, station.
No, that was me. I was just saying that I don't know, some of these other vendors, makers or whatever, like the K4s or whatever, I don't think they're very good.
Yeah. The K4 is not super great right now. I mean, I think the people that have them are probably happy with them, but from a real SDR perspective, the software is still being worked on, so it's going to take a while.
Well, that's just it. I mean, it's software. I mean, let's say the Hermes, like Jeff, for instance. I mean, I've never heard a Hermes sound way better. I mean, he has that thing working very, very well. I mean, just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Craig has one too, and who else has a Hermes?
Jeff has a good sounding Hermes.
Right. That's what I was just saying. You know, I mean, that thing sounds really good.
Yeah. I think there's quite a few of them floating around now.
So, Craig, do you have your pure signal working on that on your radio?
Yeah. I've got my pure signal working. Yeah, hopefully it's working. Does it look like it's working there, Ray? It should be a clean signal there. And by the way, rumor has it, John Reinhardt and also Mark, if you copy me, Reinhardt selling on average 10 to 15 RF2KS a month for the market, which I think is pretty good, man. 10 to 15 of these amplifiers a month was more volume than I thought he did. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, that's about what I figured he was doing, I think.
Yeah, I just got a notice yesterday that they're gonna ship mine in 2 weeks.
Nice, that's good timing. That's pretty quick.
I was doing a little bit more testing, and I feel like on mine, there's a little cap that's on the output of the LDMOSs, and I feel like the cap was not very well soldered and might not have been making contact, so I kind of touched it up a little bit, and I feel like it is making more power more cleanly on 160 and on 20, so that might have been what was wrong with it.
Is that a SMD cap?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah, it's real tiny.
So what do you have, all the magnifying glasses and stuff to fix that, John? How do you work on SMD components?
Well, it's SMD, but it's not microscopic. So it was, I have a Weller, digital soldering station and fine solder and a fine tip, and just really careful. Just got in there, heated up one side and float a little more solder in there. And my phone's ringing, so I'll be back. CAN 6TYF.
It's a reflow.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, Mark, you are killing me, man. You were like 40 over, dude.
Well, my antenna is aimed right towards you, but the takeoff angle is made for the daytime, because it's it's an inverted vertical delta loop.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know, man. I mean, it's working very, very well. Very well. You came up, I don't know, I'm not even looking at the meter, but you're just blowing the speaker out in my headset here. So anyway, but yeah, on Kenwood, all the Kenwood radios I've worked on, I made them sound and bring them up as far as quality of service is on the radio. As well as soldering. I mean, there was a lot of soldering that was really bad, and so even on the Yaesu here, I fixed a bunch of stuff, and so I don't know. It's quality of the way the radio is laid out. Makes a big difference.
Oh yeah, Roger on that. Yeah. Anyhow, it's all the electronics that you get in the box these days, you never know what you're going to get. Especially now. I think there was more quality control at some point in time, but not so much now. I don't think you got to really go through all the stuff and start, being a detective, even if it's brand new. Because sometimes if you want to return an item or something like that, they may never come back, or it'll come back worse.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, what year and make and everything else. I mean, for instance, like the radio that you have, I think they have a much better, higher quality control.
Oh, you mean the ANAN?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have my complaints about it.
So you're running it at ANAN, right?
Yeah, the 7000.
Yeah. So that's computer grade. So the grade of what they do on that thing, and there's no crappy solder joints. There's none of that. It's all checked out. It's a different grade of processing.
Well, it's not all that good because when I turn it on, it reminds me like I just started a cement mixer. They're using a pulse width modulated voltage on the fan control. It's just irritating as all. You know what?
Well, yeah. Well, okay. Well, in that case, I've heard about that. That's a big complaint, a big noisy fan. So, So what I would do in my choice would be to, hook up a different fan. A larger fan at a lower speed, and so it does the same job at a quieter pace. Anyway.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get out of here. Catch you guys later, Ray, Mark, and John. 7.3 and 6 MUD.
Yeah, Craig, what'd you say?
7.3s, guys. I'm out of here. Have a good evening.
Okay, see you, Craig. And I think, Ray, you're taking off too, right?
Yeah, I'm completely tired, so I need to go to bed. Anyway, you guys have a great evening. KS729.
Okay, well, nice hearing you on. And it's just a matter of taking everything apart and figuring out what you want to do with this thing. But anyhow, I already had the front panel off, because there was no designation of, it uses like the European kind of sort of where down is on and up is off. Rocker switch for the power. That I didn't like that, and it wasn't labeled, so I just reversed it. I just flipped it over, and I have it the way I want. So anyway, it's all custom. Whatever you want to do, even if you have to get out the electric drill, don't be afraid to do it. I mean, it's not a sacred thing, I don't think. It's there to perfect, and if you want to make it the way you want it, I think that's a good plan. Anyhow, we'll let you go. 7.3, excellent signal down here tonight. Yeah, likewise, 30-40 over here from Medford, and I think that's a 1,200 mile path or something like that. So we'll see you, Ray. WA7CCA here in Big Bear.
Okay, W7CCA, KF7QNI. You're killing it up here. I hate to sign off, but I am super tired and had a long day. And anyway, but always fun to talk with you, Mark. You're great conversation. So I'm just trashed. I need to go. So anyway, I don't want to get in trouble. So anyway, but yeah, you got the super signal. You got that thing working very well. The audio is absolutely stellar. So you don't need to do anything with that thing, and just let it run and work it. And anyway, we'll talk with you later there, Mark. Always great conversation.
Okay, Ray, you take care, and we'll catch you around the corner.
All right, very good. KF7Q973.
The Whiskey 3 station, go ahead.
Yes, Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. Kevin and Royal, Virginia. French Royal, Virginia. Go ahead.
Okay, was that French Royal, Virginia?
F-R-O-N-T. French Royal, Virginia. Go ahead.
Okay, Kevin. I got your call, and no problem. I can look up your city there. That was a tongue twister for me. W3QD over there in Virginia, WA7CCA. We're out here in Southern California in the San Bernardino Mountains. And your Q5 copy for the most part. And good evening there to you.
Oh, great for California tonight. On 40 meters from over here in Northern Virginia. You have a good signal. I'm just running 100 watts into an inverted L up about 75 feet in the air. What are you running? Go ahead.
Okay there, Kevin. Excellent. Yeah, you're making the trip for sure. I'm just typing your call sign in here so I could get your QTH. And let me see. Oh, okay, Front Royal. Okay, I didn't catch that. But okay, Front Royal, Northern Virginia there. Excellent. Well, you're doing very, very well. So we're coast to coast here tonight. And we're running a Apache-Labs ANAN-7000 DLE Mark III. And let's see, running about a kilowatt into Elecraft KP 1500, and then that goes into a vertical delta loop cut for 40 meters. And I think that answers your question, QSL.
Very good. You're peaking at 5.9, peaking at 5.9 over here. And how is my signal in California tonight, guys?
Yeah, the same. You're a solid S9 here. There, Kevin. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Would you mind if I sent you a QSL card? I would love to have a QSL card for our QSO tonight, guys.
No, sure. Go ahead. Yeah, send it to the address on QRZ, which goes to Lakeside, Arizona. QSL.
Okay, I sure will. Are you visiting California?
No, this is a secondary residence.
Oh, Roger, gotcha.
Yeah, so go ahead and send it to Arizona, and I'll QSL and notate that this was a California contact from Big Bear City. Go ahead.
Yeah, very solid signal tonight. Even 40 meters is pretty incredible lately. Transcontinental, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We had tremendous local QRN here tonight. I work a lot of the lower bands, 160 meters in particular, and it was really rough going right at sunset. So, but we got some thunderstorm activity and some other stuff happening here. So, you're coming in just fine, and good copy, a solid S9 Q5 copy. So sure. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi, Kevin.
Now, would you by any chance be able to give 60 meters a try? You have 60 meter capability, right? I'd love to try 60.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe we can make a point of doing that at some point in time. But tonight's not the time. For me, I'm about ready to wind it up. It's getting late, and drop me a note and your email address, and I'm sure we can set something up.
Okay, I'll send you an email. We can set up a skid and try 60 coast to coast. I've done it a couple of times, but I always enjoy trying it again. Hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. And you have a good evening. And but I hope to talk to you again soon. I'll drop a QSL card together for you here tomorrow or Saturday. So you take care. It was great talking to you. W7CCA, W3QD. clear on the phone.
Yeah, okay there, Kevin. Real good. And let's see if there's anybody else out here listening who maybe can also say hello to you and give you another contact. Anybody out there? John, are you still here? Anybody else hearing the Virginia station? Is that you, Tack? I guess not there, Kevin. I hear some other stations. One didn't come back and the other one is off frequency. So we'll say 7-3 and enjoy the chat. W3 Quebec Delta Whiskey Alpha 7 Charlie Alpha operating in Big Bear City, Southern California.
Okay, thanks. I'm listening. I just put the headphones on. This is saying other radio stations are on frequency.
Okay, 7-3, Kevin.
Romeo Juliet station. Very strong. Romeo Juliet, go ahead. But my name's Randall. I'm in Spokane, Washington. Hot copy, over. Yeah, try again. Yeah, station calling
Yeah, the station who was calling you was over in Spokane, Washington. So go ahead, the Spokane, Washington station.
I knew I could hear, but oh my God, I could so barely hear him. That his didn't seem to hit me at all.
Okay, Roger on that. So you guys can't hear each other at the moment.
Okay, I can hear him, but just can't get his call sign.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
You didn't get what?
I didn't get your call sign.
Oh, Alpha Echo 7, Romeo Juliet, Randolph in Spokane County, Washington State.
Echo what?
Alpha Echo 7, Romeo Juliet.
Oh, okay, I got it. AE7RM, QSL?
RJ, Romeo Juliet.
Oh, RJ, boy, I'm really out there tonight, huh?
Can I get your call?
Whiskey Alpha 7, Charlie Alpha, WA7CCA.
I got it. Very good. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And you're coming in right at the noise level, and we have some heavy QRN. You're coming in okay. What are you running up there as far as power and your antenna?
My antenna. Let me see. I've got some 5.8 by the way, and I've got very little noise. My antenna is a 40-foot vertical wire with a 10-foot counterpoise that seems to be resonant in 40 meters. So I don't even have a tuner or anything going on right now. And perfectly flat match. It's great. I love it. My radio is a Yaesu FT991A. Completely barefoot. And even then, I'm only running it at 80%. So it's just 80 watts is all I'm putting into that antenna.
Okay, real good. The 80 watts is doing a good job, and yeah, the 991A that will do it for you, I'm sure. So you're coming in here fine there. And did I get your name as Roy?
Randall. Romeo Alpha, November Delta Alpha Lima.
Okay, Randall. Yeah, I got it that time. Sorry about that. Anyhow, yeah, we're just getting out of here right now, so thanks for the call. And anyway, good luck with your station up there, and at least you know you're getting into Southern California, where I'm located right now, over here in Big Bear City, up at 7,000 feet. So we'll say 7-3. We're going to get out of here tonight, I think. Shut everything down. And, yeah, we'll be back here at some point in time. So, thanks for, nice chat, I should say, there, Randall. AE7RM. I think I wrote, no. AE7RJ. There you go. Sorry. I got that right now. Well, we'll see you tomorrow, maybe. If you're around, there's a lot of people out here. And 7-3, WA7CCA, off and clear.
WA7CCA, AE7RJ. Good morning. AE7RJ, AE7RJ, Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. I can hear somebody calling. I couldn't get the call. Would you give it another try, sir? AE7RJ, Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. Do you copy, Randall? Go ahead. I copy you calling for me, and I got everything except your call. Can you do it again phonetically slow? AE7RJ, Whiskey 2, Quebec Delta. A7 Papa, is that what you said? Over. Well, I'm sorry, sir. We're just not getting it done. You guys have a good evening. AE7RJ. Yeah, can you copy me, Randall? This is Kevin. Go ahead. Hello, Kevin. I did get you that time. You were a little stronger there. What's your call? Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. I didn't get that. Would you try again, over? Yeah, Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. Go ahead. Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. Is that correct, Robert? I copy Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. QSL? QSL, copy you, Randall. Yeah, I'll send you a QSL card. How's that sound? Go ahead. Okay, I've got you 4 and 2 on my meter. 4 and 2 on my meter. Okay, you're about 4 by 2 in the northern region tonight. From Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta. Go ahead. You said something about Arizona. Say again how hard I'm hitting you, please. Over. Signal report again. Go ahead. Yeah, Randall, what is the signal report again? Go ahead. I heard you say my name and then go ahead, but I didn't get the question. Over. Please signal report again. Go ahead. 4-2. How copy? Over. Is that 4 by 3? 4 by 3. Go ahead. 4 by 2. 4x2. Over. Roger. Copy 4x2. You're also 4x2. Thank you, Randall. All right, very good. Have a good evening. Kevin? This is AE7RJ. All right, yeah.
God, everyone take off?
For sure, so card in the mail. Go ahead. Fine, everyone.
February 2020.
It would if it was.
7th month of 2020.